Clobberin' time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
Come get some.
It's clobberin' time! Clobberonimo!
Greetings, clubbers, clobberonimos, clobberoids, clobboners, whatever kind of. Greetings to all that clob and those who do not. Remember, you can one day clob yourself if you learn the secret, which is to bang the rocks together, guys. Whee! Clobberonimo! We clobberonimo, indeed. We clobber a lot of Romanos around here. Welcome to Clobberin Times, issue number 423 on YouTube, number 1,423 overall over the past 14 plus almost 15 years now for me. And wow. It is Clobby's Clubhouse 116. And I'm so happy to see you here tonight. Every Thursday night for the last 116 weeks. We have hung out here with you in the clubhouse, and what a great group we always end up getting, and I know we will get a great group tonight. Thank you so much for being here with us, everyone. Tonight, of course, Untapped, usually as always, as usual, that is, I should say. Blake's 7-episode review, Star Trek The Untold Voyages comic book review, and much, much more. And before I get to the show notes and the shout outs, shall we will get to introducing the most wonderful first officer in the fleet, the most beautiful, fantastic, amazing Commander R.M. Briggs. Thank you for being here, my wonderful friend. We miss you.
Good evening, Captain. Best friend. I love you. I missed you. It's only been a couple of days, but I missed you. And that's because you are my favorite Southern gentleman. It's really just you and Jackson DeForest Kelly. So you're the last living best of the South. And I love you with all of my heart.
Thank you. I'm not worthy.
I mean, but it's earned. It's earned. I have some news for you, Captain. And I have some news for my friend, Mark. I love these guys. These guys are my buddies, and I really care about them a lot. So everyone, I finished the book. Last year, I promised you that I would finish the book in a year, that I would write the book in a year, and I did it. So it's done.
Wow.
It's finished. The book is written, 10 stories, done.
Book 2, of course, right?
That is right.
Amazing.
Science Fiction Tales, Volume 2, with all new art and all new interactions with innovation, with invention, with technology, futurism. and the possibility we might not be alone in the universe. 10 more stories to bring the total to 20 stories. And so right now I have just set in motion all of the wheels for publishing and getting the graphics together. I'm working with an incredible artist right now, and I'm super excited about it. So as soon as I get those edits back from a very, very trusted scholar who is just one of the most beautiful people I've ever met in my life, fundamentally changed my mind, my perception of literature, and just his friendship has enriched my life. The work is currently in his hands, in his more than capable hands. I don't even feel worthy of his review, and yet he is reviewing it. So as soon as he gets back to me with his edits and criticisms, and protecting me, I will have that book in your hot little hands. We're done. We're done. We're done. Another book. Another book.
Yeah.
Are you gonna make a ad that have all the stories in the new book, or just the new 10 new ones?
Well, what I was thinking, but right now I don't have the money to do it, is what I was thinking is that at a later date, I would put all 20 of the stories together, and it would be an illustrated volume. Because as you know, Mark, because you read the stories, they all have a golden filament. So they're all related to one another in some way. And it's up to the reader to figure out how these worlds, these people, these situations are all related. But I just don't have the money right now. It's just beyond me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As you have seen, I've showed you the financials. I've showed everyone the financials.
Were you making 1 cent per book or something ridiculous? Or
yeah, and that's the way that the publishing scheme works. Unfortunately, the royalty scheme works on Amazon, and that's the reality, right? They're the biggest publisher, the largest publisher, the most successful, highest volume publisher of books in our world today. But the downside of it is if that's your only vehicle, that's your only vehicle. And that's unfortunate, because right now corporations in the publishing world, they're looking for activists and activism. And as you all know, my stories aren't about that. My stories are about ideas. My stories are about futurism and technology and sociology and humans interacting with this volatile situation that may or may not occur. So so it's horrible, because it leaves you at the mercy of this huge corporation. And I'm very grateful for Amazon, don't get me wrong, but it's not like there's money to be made in it. But I mean, to be honest with you, at the risk of shooting myself in the foot, I have to admit, I have always known, after studying publishing in university, that there's no money in science fiction. And certainly Clobby, who knows a great deal about publishing, can attest to that. Science fiction is not the place you go to write to make money. If you want to make money, you write murder mysteries, or you know what I mean?
About wizards.
Spy. Or wizards, right? But that hardcore science fiction, brainy stuff, it appeals to a very small audience, unless it's on film.
The audience has become a lot more selective.
It's true. It's true. And, like Clobby and I have talked about, and you've talked with us about it as well. It's also the fact that there aren't magazines anymore. There was a time when you and Clobby were, in a diner, and the Omni magazine was there, or some magazine was there, and you would open it up. Yeah. There'd be short stories in it. Well, that doesn't happen anymore. So the opportunities are fewer and far between as well. So, but it's done, guys. And I'm so excited.
Yep. That is amazing.
But hopefully, Mark, Clobby, I will do the 20 stories illustrated one day. I would like to do it with like naive pencil sketches after everything you guys have taught me about comic books. I would like naive sketches, like unfinished sketch work. But like I said, I don't have the money to do that.
Why don't you turn it into a comic book so I can read it instead of all the books with all these words in them?
Write it in crayon so I can read it.
You get out of here. You're both brilliant.
How about a picture book? No, one of those Peter Pan records.
Well, the thing is,
there we go.
There we
if
go.
a comic book expert, if a comic book expert stepped forward and asked to work with me, I would definitely work with that person, especially if that person was like legitimate and honest and talented. The thing is that I don't have an education in comic books. I studied, like short fiction forms, like every type of writing, every type of writing except for script writing and comic books and graphic novels. I didn't study that, but all the rest of it I studied in university. So
Yeah.
I would need someone's guidance if I were to do something like that. I would first of all, I would need to talk to you guys about what the person was like, what I should be looking for.
Oh yeah.
And I would need to be educated on the process, right? And that process is completely different than writing a monograph for a university, or writing a manuscript for a communications digest, or writing a novel, or writing a white paper for a government organization, or you know what I mean? So it's a very different type of writing, and I would need a great deal of education as far as that goes.
Oh, I got you there. Well,
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you. I love the announcement. Wonderful. That is so great. Yes, and congratulations. That is so just extraordinary. Do you have any opening words for everyone? We'll do the shows and shout outs, so that we can talk more about it.
I'll do it quickly. I'm so sorry
No hurry.
for
No. I'm glad you made the announcement. We'll go back to the announcement. I just want to do get everybody shouted out.
I have to tell you that without you, I would not be anywhere as far as this publishing process goes.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I've probably only sold about 300 copies of the book total, and it has been through every single person that I have met through you, with the exception of maybe 50 to 75 books that I've sold at conventions. The rest of it has all been this community. So I love you guys, and I'm just so thankful, especially to you, Clobby. Like, thank you for everything that you've done.
I wish I could do so much more. I really would.
I love you, sweetheart. Thank you. And before I start crying because it's not typical of me, but folks need to realize how isolating and horrible it is to try and accomplish something like this without having publishing behind you, and how much the publishing world has changed. It's why I'm so emotional when I talk about how Clobby has helped move my work forward. So anyway, with that aside, I want to say hail to the chat. Good evening, clobbers, clobberettes, clobberooskies. It is so good to see you. Welcome to the clubhouse. Like the boss said, we're going to be talking some Blake 7 tonight. It's going to be incredible because we have the foremost expert on Blake 7 here on the panel, who introduced me to Blake 7. We also are going to be discussing Star Trek Untold Voyages. It's a comic book, and Clobby and Mark have been teaching me about comics. And so it's just going to be a boatload of fun. And I can't wait to hear what you think and to interact with you this evening. So are you a member here? Please feel free to grab a membership here. If you have a membership, you can have a wonderful experience by having a one-on-one session with these member streams with Clobby. And he is a bona fide subject matter expert when it comes to comic books, the production of comic books, the artwork, and so on and so forth. He used to own a comic book store. The guy is a genius. He also knows a lot about popular culture and is very well read despite his self-deprecation. I just love him to pieces, and he's a marvelous human being. So feel free to do that. Plus, we have some silly emojis. If you're not ready for a membership, can I just ask you to clobber the like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell, and give this channel a try, because this channel is such a beautiful place where the grand poobah of all of geekdom, Mike Clobby Alonso, entertains all of us on the regular. I want to give a shout out to all of the wrenches, and I want to give a shout out to Chris Persia. Thank you so much for making this show foremost on your social media and trying to boost and build up my friend's channel. I love you so much. And now very, very quickly, because I have taken up so much time, it's ridiculous. I'm going to shout out my patrons. These are the folks who backed my book, and I want to thank them. And I want to thank them for believing in me that I could get 10 stories done in a single year. Larry, Tony Stark, Sean Carter, Penny Lane, Shooter, Wagner, Dave, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric Kane is Trusty Dusty Dog, Kirby, Enigmatic Dropper, Michael and Cassandra Peakum, Mark D with a C, Anti-Derivative Jill, Jelly Joe, Maximum Redstone, JT Kirk, Dabman Clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course Lance. Chuck some cheese for those pepperonis in the chat. Rob Altus and Tyler. Thank you so much. I could not do this book without you. Do you like classic episodic science fiction? Then you might like my stuff. Head on over to Barnes & Noble or to Amazon, where you can buy my first book, or you can buy the stories individually for 99 cents. And now I'm going to shut my trap and let the boss take over. And we're gonna start the show. Let's get it on. Let's do it.
Yes, indeed. Mark, anything before I do my shout out?
First, I don't know if you could see it because StreamYard is wonky, but thank you to Larry, who, of course,
I was going to get to that.
No, sorry, I didn't. Wasn't sure. Sometimes with stream, you got that. Okay.
Yeah.
But thank you, Larry. Yeah, and well, we got an awesome episode of Blake 7 tonight. There are none that aren't awesome, right? I mean, maybe a few clunkers, but all right, not that bad. It was, God, thank God, it was. There's nothing as bad as Echo on any of those episodes. So
that's good.
Glad to hang out with you guys tonight. And what do I got going? I got a surprise for later in the episode to show.
Oh, good. Oh, cool.
So a nice surprise, I think, and it's related to what we're covering tonight. So you might like it. I hope everyone likes it. I'm not sure, but maybe you'll like it. Yeah. So
before we get to the show notes and the shout outs, I will thank Larry for gifting 5 more memberships. There, he has done much. Thank you so much, Larry. Appreciate you, big time, buddy. And of course, also the great Chris Persia, Vindicator Inch. Also, 30 gifting 5. Thank you, Chris, buddy. You're too kind. I'm not worthy, either one of you. Thank you so much. I'm going to do our show notes, and then we'll get on with our shout outs, because we shout everybody out. This is the way we roll up in on Clobbering Times. Let's see here. My big shout out to the great Tom Connors and the Midnight's Edge After Dark boys, because I had a good time hanging out with them tonight. Of course, all of January is Batman 66 and Blake 7 month, because that's the month they both debuted in these 2 shows. Without Batman 66, we wouldn't be talking. We wouldn't have the show right now. I wouldn't be the geek that I am. And I love Blake 7. So January is the big month for these 2 great shows. All right. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I got you. I got you, Mark. Hang on.
Yep. Well, let me know when. Let me know when you want to show.
Okay. You got it. Did you put it up?
Let me switch my tabs here. Here we go.
All right. Well,
I'm doing it right now. Yep.
You're not switching tabs on me.
No, I'm switching my tab. My tab.
Okay. Well, you're doing this now.
Oh, well, I didn't know if you want me to do it now or not.
Oh, well, now we can't. We have to.
Now we have to.
Before I continue, folks, go ahead, Mark. Tell us what it is.
Can I rover him first?
You can rover me. No, that's why I put in the private chat. Like,
somebody please
let
rover
me know
Mark.
Let me know when you want to show it.
No,
just a little catharsis for the boss. Can you please rover Mark?
No, I thought you were I thought you were gonna load it. Though I misunderstood you.
That's okay. Yeah.
Apolloni's minion made this.
Yes,
it's an update.
Amazing.
Of the picture that Apolloni's minion made. For Mark.
For
Raquel.
No. It's for Raquel. Not for
me. My God. This is it. This is gorgeous. This is such intricate work. This is just beautiful. Thank you so much.
So each one of these is a bead, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Teeny, tiny made out of beads.
She is amazing. She's done one for me that was beautiful.
That's incredible.
So she does beautiful work.
How do you know which one is the next color? I mean, is there a map, or is there?
Only she knows for sure.
I mean, it's like magic to have that.
Apollony, wonderful work.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And yes, Mark, that would be difficult because of the variations. The variations in even a solid color. So she's done such a wonderful job. It's not like those beads are numbered. So very,
Yeah.
very cool. Super, super cool.
It's
And
incredible.
oh my gosh, I'm so flattered and honored. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Polly. That's just beautiful. Now, that was my misunderstanding there. I'll never get a show started. And show started more. Okay, everyone. Tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, 7 p.m. Eastern, on my great buddy J-Man's channel, continuing our ongoing coverage on Fearless Fridays, covering Frank Miller's legendary run on Daredevil. 3 more issues of that with Sean and J-Man and myself on his great channel. This is having an extraordinary time doing this. It's great stuff. So there you go. Then of course later there's the 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser. My buddy has the Friday Night Comic Shop Talk on his channel, 8:30 Central Standard Time. I usually hang out with those boys, and it's a lot of fun. They're great fellers. And then of course the Saturday Night Star Trek.
Dun, 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 dun.
4 more episodes of a scintillating entertainment by Star Trek Voyager Deep Space whatever they call it. Deep Space Voyager. No, okay, yeah, it's Star Trek Voyager Season 4. That's it. Voyager Season 4. That's it. Yeah. 4 more episodes. And we have such great crowd and have a lot of fun covering Voyager. So in our ongoing quest to review all of real Star Trek, I'm all over the place. Then of course this Sunday nights. See? Sunday Night Geekery on the great Chief Engineers channel, MARC, Day with the Seas channel, where we talk, we geek out in your week in fun geekness. And he might sneak a little eatness in there as well, the eatery.
I might, yeah. Thank you.
Probably will.
Don't get excited, folks. It might just be sea tongue surprise.
Maybe. Then Monday night back on Sean's channel, 7 Eastern, 6 Central, with Sean and J-Man and I continuing our Legion of Superheroes reviews from 58 to 89, reviewing every appearance in chronological order of the legendary my beloved Legion of Superheroes. And then back Monday night with some more Monday Night Mark C comics talk. So
hey, did I ever tell you that I cosplayed Neuronal and Dream Girl, and that I have a Legion ring brought to you by Gwagnar?
Yes, yeah, you have. And we'll show that later if you'd like to. But right now, let's get some shout outs out of the way, shall we? Let's shout our wrenches. What do you think? Ready?
Ready, fire!
Whether they're here or not, the shout out, our illustrious wrenches get the shout out. There's Eric K., the Bronze Wrencher. Chris Persia, Vindicated Wrench of the Great White North. D. Bud Martin, the Wrench of Iron. Lord Thoth. Avon lives, long live the Legion, my friend. J-Man, the Wrench without fear, partner in crime on Earth, B, and Legionnaire extraordinaire. Maddie's daddy, Thor in Vegas. Super Wrench, Kal-El. The rascally wrench himself, Fanter Outsidery. Master of the Club Only, Hungry Boy. Max Redstone, the Music Meister. And of course, Larry, pulling rabbit out of his head. And so, let me see who is here in the chat. We'd like to shout out all of our dear friends who are here with us in the chat, of course, because once again, that's how we roll up in here. Up in here, up in here. So here we go.
Cajun Man shows up.
I don't even know who that is.
Cajun Man is the best.
Is he related to Florida Man?
No, I've heard of him. All right, here with us tonight, of course, Dave C. Hey, buddy.
Dave!
Hey, Dave.
FKH 2005. Ike is here. Sorry, I'm coughing.
Bless you.
Penny. You don't say
Penny!
bless for coughing.
I do. I went to Catholic school. You had to say bless you for everything.
Oh, good.
You got the
Bless
ruler.
You. Well, bless you back. Good to see you, Penny. Adrian James.
Evening.
Comic Relief Crusader.
Thank you for joining us. Nice to see you.
Hey. I gotta wait till I get to the next one. Keely Chow, roll. Well, nothing to roll right now. So sorry about your Cowboys. Sorry. Roll yourself, Keely Chow. Don't let anybody else roll you.
It's gonna be tough for Keely next year. No Nick Saban.
No
Cowboys.
Saban. Yeah. Oh no, he kept McCarthy. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. As long as you got Jerry Jones, you're in trouble anyway. Melted Copper, hello, welcome. Apollo-Mace, the aforementioned Apollo-Mace Minion, and the
pepperoni.
Bop. I had nothing to hit.
Where are special effects tonight?
Bebop. I lost them. I put them somewhere else. I just misplaced them, I guess. Volcan Liz. Alrighty then. K. Roberts.
I volcant. Kidding.
Volcanian lives. K. Roberts. RRTNZ. What's up, RR? Hang on, everybody. I'm scrolling and I have to get to it. You know, it takes a second. So, Sean Carter from
Mars.
What she said. Mr. Angel, what's up,
Evening, Chef?
Hey, Chefy. Good to
Good
see you.
evening.
You're doing well. Michael Beacom was a man.
An amazing
He was a
man.
big man. And let's see. With an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he. And hello to Cassandra.
Good evening, guys. I hope you guys are feeling better. Cassandra, I hope you're on the mend. Michael, I hope your knee is better. I'm sending you both a hug.
Indeediousness. Hope you both are doing better. Could not be reached for further comment. I'm glad
Hello.
I'm glad you reached here, my friend. Lovely Princess Fiona.
Faye.
Muhammad Saeed. Reading Daredevil, huh? Well, you're right there. You're not too far from where we left off from our Frank Miller coverage on Daredevil on J-Man's channel. You should join us tomorrow night because that's the last issue. That's the last issue we read, as a matter of fact. You're right there with us on the same page, and we got 3 more issues tomorrow night. What a great run. Captain Infinity, Temporis, Maximus, and beyond.
Captain Infinity and
beyond. And let's see. Jamalama.
Jamalama ding dong.
Ding dong.
I always have that song in my head because do you remember that song from Grease? We come together like
no.
Animal House.
Animal House.
Oh no.
I don't know the one from Grease.
I hear Jamalama.
When I hear Jamalama, I hear Jamalama, baby,
ding dong.
in my Jamalama ding dong. You put the ooh mama ho ho ho.
Do you mind if we dance with your dates?
Well, only when you ruin my song. Well, that's okay. I already ruined it. All right.
Chris, could you make Mark wake up on the beach again, please?
Oh, let's see. Oh, it's Ezra Goldstein. Shalom, my friend.
Shalom.
That is why you are my sugar.
I need the lyrics to the Grease song where it sounds like they say Jamalama.
I don't need it because it's Grease. That's for girls.
It is, but that's a
Grease
that's a
is
decent
for
musical.
girls. It's a girl movie.
Well, I'm a girl.
No real man watches Grace. I'm getting in trouble for that one. No, well, I'm glad you can like it because you're a girl, but I'm not. You know, this is clobber times. We keep, we got to be macho here, right here.
I wasn't obsessed with it when I was younger, like some of the people who were my age, like they were obsessed. Like I was like, maybe you require blow dart level meds. Like I wasn't upset. Like I liked it, but like some of the girls in class were,
movie. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! It's like, dude, relax.
Don't misunderstand me, Dave. See, that doesn't mean you can't like a girl movie, but you just can't. You can admit it to me and to some of us, but you just can't. I mean, I would only worry about you if you liked it better than Star Wars or something.
Dave only likes Grease because he could take a girl on a date. That's what it is. It's that's it. He is a clever man who chooses brilliant dates.
Look, I like some girl movies too. I'm just saying they're still girl movies, and I can admit it. So, just like just because the ladies are allowed to love our guy movies, for example, there's some ladies, not all. Susan Eckstein, hello there, lovely lady. For example, a lady could love, for example, a Dirty Harry movie or a John Wayne movie.
Me,
perfectly cool. I'm glad that they love them. but those are still guy movies. Let's just be honest.
They are.
You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Yes.
I could probably name you a lady movie that I well, you know, a lady movie that no, not that one.
I bet
if you
lady
name
movies.
I bet if you name some lady movies, there's some that I probably liked as movies. Just good movies, you know, good movies.
I don't like rom-coms.
I don't like them either.
I'm not a rom-com person.
I don't like them either, but I think I got dragged to see like my best friend's wedding or something like that.
I did not see that
and like it was funny, but I just, you know, just not my, you know, my thing necessarily.
What about when Harry Met Sally?
Yeah, see, that was a funny movie, but I don't think that's
I saw that. That was pretty good. And
that's not a girl movie.
Okay, good.
It's
a girl adjacent.
That's a girl, sort of a guy. That's a rom-com.
Yeah.
And rom-coms they skew towards ladies, but
they're totally skewed towards ladies, and they're very tiresome, and they're so formulaic that it's terrible. But Ravenscroft says never liked Grease. Just wait, it just went away. Never liked Grease either. Not a big musical fan, honestly. Ravenscroft, I am a ridiculous musical fan. Oh my goodness! Like when I think about all of the old musicals of like the classic musicals, especially the ones from the 30s, the 40s, the 50s. Oh my gosh, I love that stuff. I live for that stuff. You know how you all watch like films and television, and you've sort of been pulling me into your world. That's my world. Like I love on the weekend getting dressed up, having some cocktails, having a nice supper, and then going and watching like a beautiful play or a musical or a ballet or an opera. It feels so good to me. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, I absolutely
like Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
I have not seen that one. That's the religious one, right?
Well, it's pretty religious. Yeah, I would say. I was in that as a kid.
Oh, were you? That's cute.
There's a musical I like.
But Elvis makes an appearance.
There's one musical I could think I kind of liked. What is there? There might be one. Bye Bye Birdie. That's a cool movie. That was a kind of fun movie. Yes.
Oh.
You know, that was an all right movie, but it was funny because the guy got there was a fight at the end. So, and maybe that was what it was.
Highlander was my favorite musical.
Oh, wait a minute. I know why I like Bye Bye Birdie. That Anne Margaret. Of course I would like it.
Anne Margaret.
Yeah. That answers that question.
Highlander's the best musical there is. It can be
Highlander.
only one.
What the hell's wrong?
The best musicals? Oh my gosh. You might need to you're gonna have to give me a few minutes to think about what
Max Redstone. Dude, that's just a low blow. Cop Rock. I didn't even like Hill Street Blues like everyone else. Why would I watch Cop Rock? Most people like Hill Street Blues. We're not going to be talking. Don't worry. Number one, you're off the hook. You don't never have to talk about musicals here again. We're good. And we've talked about them too much as it is anyway. J.D. Lewis.
J.D. Lewis.
What's up? It's time to start talking about something way cooler than a pukey musical, and that's Blake 7.
Pukey musical? Okay, think of like The Wizard of Oz.
I do love that movie. That's
Singing in the Rain.
Yeah,
Mary Poppins.
That's pretty good. Yeah, Mary Droppings. Could take it
all that jazz. Fiddler on the Roof. West Side Story. Gypsy. The Sound of Music.
I'd rather
Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
I want to watch Reacher beating people up. I'd rather watch that.
Well, I like that too.
The Sound of Music was much better in the original Klingon version.
Sorry.
I love all that stuff. I just absolutely love all that stuff.
Look, I have nothing
Little
against
Shop of Horrors.
I like that one. Yeah.
I love Little Shop of Horrors. I saw it recently, and the production values were so elevated, so perfect and realistic that I was like, I was actually in awe. It took my breath away a couple of times. And the singing, oh my gosh. Anyway, yeah, I like musicals. Sorry, everyone.
How about Rocky Horror?
I've never seen the Rocky Horror because I've always found it creepy.
You've never seen it?
You have to go to see that. You don't watch Rocky Horror. You go to the performance of Rocky Horror.
Yeah.
I've been a couple of times, a lot of cons too. But the best part about Rocky Horror is the soundtrack, because even at cons, they play the soundtrack and the dance. Like, cons used to have a dance. They don't do that anymore at regular cons. I remember when they used to have the big cons used to have a dance. I guess they don't do that anymore. But when they did,
bad for HR.
They'd always play the Time Warp. And that's a great song.
Yeah. I don't think that it's ever been done where I live, where the production values have been high. I do know that there is like an aged, a quite historic old theater, and it's never been renovated. I think it's the Garneau, although it might be the Princess. And I know they regularly show the film, and everyone shows up to LARP it. So they act as though it is live.
Yeah,
so people bring bathroom tissue and all sorts of things.
They've done that here. They've for back in the 70s after it came out, for years and years and years, there was a repertory theater. In other words, a theater that did show older movies and did also plays and stuff. They played it every Saturday night. Our buddy Minimus used to go dress up and act it out with the troupe there. You know, they would all dress up like the characters and stuff. He did that for years for a while. And maybe
which role did he do? This
he was Eddie Meatloaf.
Tim Curry?
No, he was Meatloaf.
He wasn't Dr. Frankenfurter. Come on,
he was Eddie Meatloaf.
I know. I'm joking, but could you imagine if he was Dr. Frankenfurter?
No, I wouldn't be friends with him. Okay. I'm kidding.
And you know what other musical had a massive impact on me, especially my childhood, that I could just watch over and over and over again. And this is not one that I've seen in real life because it's never been here. And certainly at the time when it was being shown on film, there's no way that my family could have afforded it. I had quite a impecunious childhood, but I absolutely loved Mame. Mame made my heart
That's a good
soar.
one, yeah.
I loved it. I loved everything about
Mame.
Mame. Oh, so good.
The
Brigadoon is a good one too.
Doesn't. Wow, I didn't know this, Matt. Let's see. Max, the SJW crowd doesn't like Rocky Horror Picture Show because there's nothing for them to co-opt. That's a good point, isn't it?
I don't like Rocky Horror Picture Show because it scared me. Like I thought that the guy with the evil lipstick and stuff, like he was kind of
Dr.
devilish and kind of
Dr. Frankenfurter.
Yeah, he
Tim Curry was brilliant in it.
Yeah, probably
Anyway.
too much so, because I found him frightening.
Well, we had
weird.
Air Band at high school, and one of our friends did that. I'm a sweet transvestite
From
Air Band, and he dressed up as Dr. Frankenfurter and let it all hang out, so to speak, and everyone was impressed. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could like that style of storytelling. I tried it and I think I made about 10 minutes in, and then I was like, this makes me feel gross. I find it a little scary. But you know what I do love? Oklahoma. Oh, God,
that's because Rip is in it.
Oh, yeah. Oklahoma is such a good one. It's such a good one. It's a good one.
Blake Seven's better, everyone. So we're gonna start talking about that because okay. I will be Harry Carey in 2 minutes if we don't get off of musicals.
That's what everyone came here tonight to hear us talk about musicals. Right?
This is all my fault. And
no, it's Mark's fault. Wes Cagle.
It's my fault. Come on.
Actually, but the thing is, number one, for you, if you really wanted to talk about it, I would do it. Well, I wouldn't do it because I don't want to talk. There's nothing I
wanted to. We couldn't. But
I have nothing to say
Raquel
about
wants
it.
To.
However, if Raquel wants to, you know enough, Mark, to carry on a conversation with her about it. Yeah. I'll just sit back here and write nasty things in the chat about both of you.
No. Yes, Max Redstone, you are correct. Tim Curry frightens me. I find him super creepy.
Well, he's supposed to be. That's the perfect.
Admit you were scared of Tim Curry.
Yes.
Tim Curry. All right. Well, I don't even know what to say to that. He just.
Well,
I like Tim Curry.
If you break down in the middle of the night and you go to the house to get a ride and somewhere to stay for the night, and Dr. Frankenfurter answers the door.
I would run in the other direction. And of course, Clubby's not scared of him because Clubby could snap that guy in half. You know, like, what is that guy? Like a third of Clubby's size. So, of course, Clubby's not scared of him. But for me, I was like, ooh.
Susan
and he's like that in all of his roles. All of his roles, he's super creepy, like evil creepy.
Now, Raquel,
he's a good actor, though.
He is.
He's amazing. You didn't get far enough in the movie. It's actually a take on... He's Dr. Frankenstein, and there's actually a Frankenstein's monster in the movie.
The opening song, science fiction double feature, is worth the price of admission.
Yeah.
You ever heard that science fiction double feature? That song's great.
No, I've never heard it.
Oh, you got to hear that.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so good.
And it's
and the
your
Time
genre.
Warp is great too. Yeah. The Time Warp, the song "Let's Do the Time Warp Again."
Time Warp Again.
Back then, every con you go to, they would play that at every convention dance. And even though I didn't even go to the dance that much, to dance just to go hang out and be obnoxious with friends of mine, we'd all do it. You'd all stand there and do the Time Warp.
I also was very scared of Phantom of the Paradise or Phantom in the
Paradise. I don't even want to think of it. That's spooky.
That also gave me the creepy creeps. And yes, Chris Persia, I vaguely remember him in Legend, but Legend was so scary that I had to mute it and use the blanket or the pillow to block it. So
of course it was scary. It had Tom Cruise. Ugh.
I couldn't watch that one.
Tom Cruise is in it. That scares the hell out of me. That's why I wouldn't watch it.
Scary.
So
let's talk Blake 7.
No, I'm just messing with you both. We can still talk about musicals. It's like being a pain in the ass. But
they should do a musical at 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Raquel would pay for that.
Yeah, she would. Well, UFO. In fact, UFO. They should do one. The UFO musical episode.
That would be amazing.
They've done musicals of every other damn thing. Now I do. Oh, you know what? My favorite musical of all time? The Batman Brave and the Bold episode, Mayhem of the Music Meister. That's the greatest musical ever made.
Ooh.
I bought the soundtrack and everything. It's truly, there is no equal. The annals of musicaldom. But that shows you how much I like musicals. Because I pick a cartoon. All right. An animated TV show called, not even like a Disney cartoon. Yeah. Because I loved Aladdin and even Little Mermaid. Some of those are good musicals. Yeah, there you go. They're animated. And they're animated, but still.
They are, but they're also on the stage. Like many of them are on the stage. And I think quite a few of them were on the stage before they were cartoons. I don't think Aladdin and Little Mermaid were they?
No.
The Little Mermaid was a Hans Christian Andersen story.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
But those Disney people wrote that music for it.
That's beautiful.
For that and Aladdin.
Yeah.
Menken and Elton John wrote.
But they have done plays. You're right. You are correct. They've done plays, but you know what they have.
Well, I was gonna say we go see Disney World. They had the Little Mermaid live, and for some reason, a lot of the dads wanted to come back and see the show over and over because that Little Mermaid was pretty good looking. A bunch of us are joking after the show. Can we see that again? And the wives are looking like slap. Get out of here,
sickos.
Sickos.
I've never heard such sick, foul depravity in my life.
It's the Little Mermaid.
What's that line from Porky? I sat through every obscene, disgusting frame of that film twice.
Okay, Dave, I'm going to put you in the agony booth. You have to go in the agony booth. I'm going to put you on Set It
Paul
and
Foster
Forget It.
10-minute dance number. Well, Dave, I'm sorry, but Dave. I want you to consider yourself to be the stand-in for Paul Foster, Dave.
Yep.
While Raquel is the stand-in for Stray Kids.
Crazy.
What did Dave do?
I don't know.
There I see it. Now I see it.
Yeah. I love you, Dave, but I'm sending you shin kicks with my fine cherry red stilettos, and they're available in the chat as emojis for shin kicks. I am shin kicking you right now as well. We have a wonderful agony booth emoji. So I'm going to shin kick you, then send you into the agony booth.
We need a Paul Foster emoji of him getting smacked by Straker. How about that?
I have to log in to my Access and check, because if we have more emojis available, I'll make them. Okay. But remember that Amazon or YouTube tells you how many you can have by how many members you have.
I'll let you know.
We've got a lot of members now, so maybe
Mars Monkey Max, hello there. Let's get started. All right, everybody, it's Blake 7 time. Bump, womp, 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 womp.
Oh, let me get the slideshow up.
Okay, episode. Let's see.
Let me get the slideshow for you.
Okay, tonight.
Okay, let me introduce you, boss. Okay, folks, we have reached the segment where we are going to be discussing Blake 7. Tonight's episode is Bounty. This is season 1, episode 11. And Clobby is going to provide you an extemporaneous, off the top of his head, off the cuff summary of this marvelous episode. And it's so cool that not only he can do this due to being a super fan of the show, but he also offers lots of talking points and things for us to think about as we revisit the contents of the episode. And we're all very excited about this part of the show. So now, without further ado, here's Clobby with a summary of Bounty, season 1, episode 11. Take it away, Captain.
Oh, right. Well, thank you so much, number one. That's amazing. Let me find my. I have to always do that when I'm trying to get ready to find my damn.
I absolutely love it. Don't ever stop doing that.
It's from Happy Days. It's ridiculous. All right, so everyone, Blake 7, season 1, episode 11, Bounty, written by Terry Nation. If I'm making sure my info is correct on that. Usually is, because he wrote every episode of the season. Directed by Pennant Roberts. A sort of a, I guess this is not really one of your science fiction-y episodes. This is more of like a political thriller in a sense. The Liberator crew land upon a planet, or that has a political figure from a planet called, damn it, because I can't remember the name of the planet at the moment. But it has the former leader and former president of the planet under guard there, but not so much as a prison, sort of just a place where they're keeping him because he's been deposed or been defeated in an election many years previous, and he has a Federation guard detachment around him. So Blake and Callie teleport down to collect former President Sarkov to tell him that that his planet's in trouble, big time trouble. They need his help. They need someone that they would follow, because the Federation, of course, many years earlier manipulated the elections on that world because it was one that they were trying to take over that they couldn't. One of the interesting things about Blake 7 is the Federation is not the Empire. There are plenty of worlds and systems that they don't control, but they do want to control. CLS Studio, welcome. And so they have to do it in very realistic ways sometimes. I mean, they underhanded ways, mind you. Turing machine, hey there. Good to see you. Welcome. So Blake's plot is to take this president, get him out of this Federation stronghold that's keeping him there as they're keeping as a he's so distraught that he lost the election. He doesn't really care. He doesn't consider himself to be a prisoner, but in a lot of ways he is. Penny, thank you for being here tonight, by the way. Good night, dear. So when they're saying good night to Penny. So
and I just want to say to Penny, thank you for making Clobbering Times like your talk radio station and for making us a part of your nightly routine. It is incredibly flattering and we enjoy your company immensely. So thank you for just being a great friend and for tuning in. Sleep sweet, cute, and an amazing lady.
Indeed, Ishness. So as they land on this planet, both Blake and Callie observe that this president is not being held under like tight security and stuff like as a prisoner. He's there as a quote unquote kept guest, if you will. And this scene here, he opens up. He's actually riding around in a very old, thousands of year old automobile, an early 20th century car that he's just out for a trip in. And so as Blake and Callie infiltrate his fortress, on the Liberator, the rest of the crew start, as they sit on the flight deck talking, notice a ship that gives out a distress call. And so they start, as they investigate into it, Blake and Callie infiltrate the fortress that Sarkov lives in. Blake meets Sarkov. Sarkov believes that Blake is there to assassinate him. They have a bit of a go backwards and forwards, but eventually Blake is able to convince him that he's not. He tells him the situation. He informs Zarkov of what he wants of him. He wants him to come back with him to his planet. His planet needs him. It's about to be taken over by the Federation, and he needs someone that they will follow. Zarkov, however, who was formerly a relatively impressive man, is now a broken man. He believes that they just deposed him. They didn't want him. And that's that. He just thinks that, all he wants to do is sit around. He collects all these antiques from old Earth. Because, again, they're humans. I mean, all these planets, everything starts out on Earth. So Zarkov is brilliantly played by this actor whose name escapes me at the moment because I don't do my research. And I usually know his name. But I know Max knows his name. So Max, if you're there, is basically doesn't care anymore. He just wants to sit out and live out the rest of his days. He's not a man living at all. Blake, of course, informs him that, this was a BS election. It was fixed. It was rigged against you because everyone, the Federation knew they couldn't control you. They couldn't martyr you by killing you. So they fixed the election. And they keep you here. You're like a puppet. They keep you alive because, you're useful to them. When you stop being useful to them, that's going to be it. And he even convinces this lady whom we find out, we don't know right now, turns out to be Zarkov's daughter, but she's, of course, she's his assistant. She believes in what Blake wants to do, and she believes that Zarkov should do it, but she thinks the man she's totally lost all faith in him because he's lost all faith in life itself. In the meantime, the Liberator find out that this Gan decides to go investigate this distress signal on the Liberator to this spaceship, and the rest of the crew really shouldn't have let him go, but I'll save that for the review. Gan really falls as like a complete sucker, falls into a really basic. I'm just going to leave that for the review. Trap, for lack of a better term, by answering the distress signal of this ship. So we find out while Blake is involved in trying to extricate Zarkov and his, try to convincing him to come with him. The Liberators, of course, we don't know yet why or who, by whom or whatever, but is, of course, captured. In a I'm not, stop. I'll wait for the review. Sorry, just aggravates me a little bit. In the meantime, Blake decides the only way to coerce Zarkov into going with him is to threaten him by destroying this extraordinary collection of old Earth relics that he's amassed over the years. He's going to go savage on his ass, threatening him to destroy everything. And Zarkov is, just the broken man though he is, he decides, all right, I'll go with you. So Zarkov and his daughter, they need to find a way to get away because the Liberator's not answering the teleport signal. So they get into the clunker little old car. They ride. They drive away from the Federation guys. They're about to be chased, about to be caught. And as Blake yells for teleport, he is eventually teleported at the last second. And then we find out that, Jen is there alone. She tells Blake that the rest of the crew are dead, but leads Blake into an attack where he is, of course, brought in with the rest of the crew. Turns out they're not. They're just handcuffed and, not handcuffed anymore, but they thought they were handcuffed. They weren't originally handcuffed. And with bracelets put around their necks or collars around their necks that will explode by remote control if they try to take them off. And they're, of course, all in a room as prisoners. However, Jenna has joined the bad guys. And we find out why in short order, that she once had something of a relationship, a working, maybe other type of relationship with the lead bad guy. Tarvin. It's Tarvin, right? It was Tarvin. Claude Salling. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Welcome. Leader of the bad guy ship Tarvin. These Amagons, right? Amagosians were the. Why am I forgetting names of stuff? My memory sucks. I've watched the episode a million times.
We're older. Amagons? That happens when you're older. You know what's really bad is that people think that you don't know, and then because it's happening on a stream, and people are so used to Googling that everyone pretends they know everything. But the worst thing is knowing it and then going to bed, and then at like 3 o'clock in the morning, sitting up in bed going, gee, damn it. Because you remember what you were trying to remember before. It's horrible. Middle age sucks.
No, it does suck. I mean, I can't find. I just need to just go do a better job of looking up the episodes. So.
Listen, you know more about these episodes than anyone. Well,
apparently
when we were on walkie-talkies one night, I described someone's behavior with no details, and you knew what I was watching. So get out of town. It's just a word. It's just a word you forgot.
Yeah,
it's not even material to what we're talking about. It's not.
I know, but it pisses me off. I'm mad at myself for. I should actually do. I don't need to do the research. Don't get me wrong, but I still do need to do. Like notes and stuff.
Well, no, it's good to have a list of names, but I think that when people don't realize that when you're speaking off the cuff and you're talking about something, sometimes you can be thinking about the character's motives or how the story unfolds. And so your brain is so dedicated to not only describing that and sorting through that internally and externally and articulating it, that name escapes you for that short window. And that happens to everyone, Clubby. It happens to everyone. The only people it doesn't happen to are people who sit in front of Google, and they're obviously not remembering anything, and they don't know anything because they have Google in front of them. So
or a teleprompter,
or teleprompter, right? And so everyone here loves you, and we do not care. 0 Fs are given in this regard, boss.
I hate me, but thank you. By the way, at least I got it right. It's Amigans. But I know I'll check it later, but I know it's Amigan.
Okay.
All right. I know he's Tarvin, and I know the daughter's name was Tice. I'll go check that crap later, but I know it now because I have to think about it for 5 seconds. I keep seeing her face. Oh yeah, she's Tice. I don't know how you spell it, but all right. So anyway, and I don't know that actor's name. That's pissing me off too, by the way. If someone that actor that plays
Tarvin
Sarkov. It was some guy.
T.P. McKenna.
Something.
But I have
what?
T.P. McKenna.
Oh, okay, all right. I know Tarvin's some guy named Zuber something or other.
Mark Zuber, and he spells his name correctly with Mark with the C.
Okay, sorry to derail everything. Anyway, so we're back to the ship. This episode has some pretty interesting character moments as the crew sits in there talking about how Jenna's. They couldn't believe Jenna would. Well, we'll get to in the review segment. Basically, Villa is trying to take the collar off of Blake because who else could get Villa? I mean, there was a great scene where Avon's opening the door. Again, character stuff. We'll get to that later. Basically, this is pretty much cut and dry episode. The Jenna is sneaking around doing her John McClane to take out the Amigans for Tarvin while leading him astray because hey, look, he's he's a pretty smart dude, except he let a pretty girl beat him, all for the sake of a pretty girl. But it never happened to me. Okay, it would. Totally would, actually. But yeah. It totally would, I admit it. So hey, Ravenscroft, by the way, welcome. I didn't see you were here.
I'm very excited to hear what Ravenscroft has to say about this evening.
Well, there you go. And then so anyway, bottom line is Jenna is really, of course, being very smart, brilliant on her part to offset Gan's idiocy. And she sets up, she sets up Tarvin, plays him like a fiddle, while Tarvin has already made a deal which is off screen. We didn't see it. Has a deal made with Sarkov to return him back, to get him out of Blake's evil clutches. Meantime, Jenna rescues Blake. Blake goes to the bridge, takes out Tarvin, and they all live happily ever after. And Sarkov realizes that after his conversation with Callie about a former Alranor diplomat that he once worked with named Lee Han, that maybe the Federation wasn't so upfront with me after all. Sarkov basically realizes, imagine that, he's finally not as naive as he has been, realizing that Blake's probably right. The Federation cheated. Federation's manipulating everything like they always do. And so he's going to go back to his planet and take over. And thank God it finally, I took my whole really stupid, my whole stupid summation to remember that the planet's called Lindor. And I'm really mad at myself about that because I should have done it.
Why?
I know it was Lindor. I don't know how you spell it. I don't know. I'm just aggravated with me. I should make notes. If I make notes, I wouldn't get in this trouble.
No, it's not that. I think it's marvelous. You would have had such a promising career in broadcasting. I like that you don't need notes. But the thing is that in the last 10 years, people have grown so accustomed to folks who absolutely know everything and never forget a single thing. But that's because they're sitting in front of Google. Just stay the way you are. I like the way you are. You know, you and I are the kind of people, and Mark as well. When we're hanging out, we can say to one another, you know what? Don't look it up. We'll remember over lunch. And then while we're eating our lunch, our brains will start popping the popcorn, and we'll be like, hey, it's this. And that is much better than sitting in front of Google. There's way too much of that on YouTube. Please don't change. I love you the way you are.
Thank you, Monkey Mars Max, and thank you, number one. I appreciate that. But I'm going to start taking notes. I've decided, I never take notes for Saturday Night Star Trek because you do it so well, and what's the point, right? But I'm going to start. This is, let's face it. With the original series, I didn't need to, but the other ones I should have. With Blake 7, I shouldn't need to, but I'm getting so senile. So with Voyager, who cares? But you care because you're you are OCD about it. So, let's be honest. So you're going to take notes. You're going to take notes. If I said, listen, if you said, excuse me, I've got to go blow my nose for a minute. You go in the other room and blow your nose. I know you're going to take notes. In case I have to ask you any serious questions about did you blow your nose correctly, Raquel, or that sort of thing. You'll have a list of notes about it because you're that kind of academic.
Yeah, academics were trained to be that way. Do you know what I mean?
I'm the opposite. I have no academic skills whatsoever. So
that's you could ask true.
If for example, if I blow my nose, you could say, "Did you blow your nose all right?" And I said, "Well, I think it hit the napkin." How about that? Does that count?
Boss.
Just saying.
Michael Beacom has to call it a night. So I'm just sending a kiss for the cheeks of Michael and Cassandra Beacom. You are the sweetest couple ever. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you for your company, and thank you for backing my book. You guys are just such great friends. And and I just wish you so much love. Have a wonderful evening, Beacoms.
Beacums, be good, be better, be well, my friends. Thank you again, Mars. You're too kind. The time scales.
Ooh,
hello there.
Cool.
Greeks from San Francisco. Oh, well, there you go. Greeting to you.
Hello, hello.
Welcome to Clobbering Times. It's always good to see you.
Right, Mars Monkey Max? I totally agree. Clobby had his own satellite radio show. That would be great. Be terrific.
Oh, I'd love it. We should do Blake 7 trivia night sometime, says Ravenscroft.
Ooh.
You would win. I think you and Max would win, and I would be embarrassed because I would forget everything. So.
Yeah, but that's because you have all the answers, but you're like me. You can't do trivia because you freeze. I do. My brain just freezes. I can't do it. I can't. I can reveal what I know through long conversations, through discussion. Like when we're discussing things will pop into my head, and that's how I remember. But if people are like, okay, can you answer blah, 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 blah? I'm like, no.
I remember, sometimes I've done well in some trivia contests, but now it's just, I don't know about now. So let's see here. That is basically the bottom line of what happened in the episode, Blake 7, season 1, episode 11, Bounty, the quicker picker-upper. So let's see here. Let's start out with, of course, number 1. Before you get with your notes, we'll see this super chat by
RRTN said, welcome and holy shamoli.
Thank you. He says, I forget, is this the episode where Galadriel bellows, death to Ming? You're all over the place. As she swoops down in the Enterprise and then kills Voldemort with her lightsaber, saving Gallifrey from the Cylons, made me weep. Thank you so much, RR. But you forgot. Look, not to be pedantic or anything, you did forget the part where R2 shot the Dalek and it fell over on top of Avon, and then Avon moved just in time to shoot Spider-Man and knock him off the ledge of the building.
It's true.
Or
It's
something.
true. And
Thank
they
you so
all
much,
changed
RR.
clothes in a telephone booth.
Indeediousness. Not a TARDIS either. A real telephone.
No.
Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you. You're too kind. Okay, number one. Tell
Yes,
us.
boss.
Do you have any notes on Bounty?
I do have notes. So I watched Bounty last night, and this is what I wrote down with a piece of paper and a pencil. Callie using telepathy with Blake. We know.
Okay. By the way, Ravenscroft, put your review anytime you want because I'm having trouble with the internet. Sorry, number one. Continue.
If you are familiar with Terry Nation, then you know that whenever we have Callie using telepathy, Terry Nation told us at the outset that means that she is quite close and quite bonded with someone. So when Terry Nation throws something like that out there, you know it's just not throwaway material or, trying to make her more alien-like. It carries that initial or that additional information that she is growing quite close with Blake. I absolutely love the following quote: "Civilization has always depended upon courtesy rather than truth, and I need civilization right now." This is such a dastardly thing to say, and it's also so cleverly constructed by Terry Nation. This is brilliant dialogue, but not just brilliant dialogue. This is brilliant characterization. It's also brilliant commentary.
So much great writing in this episode. That's the key. This is a writing episode.
Yeah, it is. And for a politician to say this, it's just such an incredible thing. And I'm going to read it again, and I'm going to read it slowly and process the way the sentence is constructed. Not only does it have that verisimilitude, so it feels real, but it's also, it's so damning. It's a very philosophical stance that's also incredibly cynical. So let me read that again. And I was just so, as a scholar, this thing makes my spine squish, this type of writing, and I just love it. Civilization has always depended on courtesy rather than truth. Not more than, but rather than truth. And I need civilization right now. So this construction is an admission of manipulation. It is an admission that people, when they're in social situations due to sociality, that they will choose a lie over a truth if it means getting along. So there are so many things attached to this brilliantly constructed sentence in not only meaning, but in execution and in intent. So as again, I'm going to say this. This is brilliant dialogue because it's very realistic, and it's bitter, but it's also wonderful in its characterization of the president, of the ex-president. He was obviously not a good man. And then this commentary on the position of being a politician and the control and the power of sociality, the willingness to get along with others, and to appear as though you are courteous and agreeable, even if it means that you are lying. So Terry Nation, I have so much respect for Terry Nation as a science fiction author. Just fabulous. I was also struck by the test isn't whether you are suspicious. The test is if you are caught. This is brilliant rhetoric because Avon is saying to Gan, look, don't get caught up in trying to anticipate another's move. You're not playing Vulcan chess here. You're not playing chess. You're not playing Magnus Carlsen here. the only measure of your success is surviving. And so I just love that. This is a savage thing to say, and it's brutal rhetoric. And once again, Terry Nation, fabulous creation of dialogue, of rhetoric, and loading things up to have all of these intentional trappings that go along with it. I love it. This is my second time watching this episode, and it's still, even upon second watching, I feel as though it is a cross between Requiem for Methuselah and the Squire of Gothos. And because I think about the historical objects, the recreations of periods on Earth, the castles, the artwork, the music, the human artifact collection, and then, of course, this flamboyant dandy. And so, as Clobby was talking about earlier, when you're on this alien planet, it's funny how human beings have this propensity, this need to bring humanity, to bring Earth and Earth culture along with them. And Requiem for Methuselah and the Squire of Gothos, those two things are, one is observing and one is stealing away, taking away, and being the genius that is holding all of these artifacts and all of this great art that is proof of life, that is proof of intellect. So obviously Terry Nation was a little bit inspired by those two episodes. Jenna sells out her friends, or does she? Blake and the Liberator are bounty. This was a clever way of showing the audience that it's more than just the Federation that is after Blake and the Liberator. Now everyone is looking for him. So this increases the danger. It's showing without telling, and I enjoy this. It's nice. They're being chased now, but now it's everyone. It's not just Travis, and it's not just Servalan and her chesticles.
Yeah.
Jenna's henchman is knocked out, and it is a bit far-fetched. It would have been nice if they would have let him hit his head or something. I found the knockout too far-fetched and distracting. I love Villa's comments about Avon's cautions towards friendship. Again, we have some incredibly damning conversation about how Villa realizes that Avon's apprehension towards sociality and his apprehension towards intimacy is valid, because there is a great danger to yourself as the things you think, the things you feel, the things you love. A friend can betray you, and here the highest thing is at stake, and that is your own life and your own freedom. So that was too much to write down, that conversation, but I absolutely love that exchange. That was a brilliant exchange. And as an INTJ, a person who is an extreme introvert, somebody who chooses not to socialize unless it's under specific circumstances, I am completely enamored with this type of dialogue, that this naked admission that you would prefer not to put yourself out there for various personal reasons, and some of it isn't about you. Some of it is about the world and what people are like, and unfortunately sometimes not good people. Jenna's second one kick to the stomach knockout is also silly. So she has another encounter with another henchman. She boots him in the stomach one time and he completely knocked out. Now, I do want to say this. I'm not picking this apart, because people have to understand that in 1978 in the UK, there were extreme regulations on violence. So if you want to be on TV, you have to make sure that it's not violent. I mean, this is a country, a nation that had Star Trek episodes banned until the 1990s. And in some areas, they still don't show those banned episodes until after 10 o'clock at night. So there's some pretty extreme regulations at work here. That said, it's still too silly. At least have somebody fall and hit their head off camera. We have Jenna being punched in the face, or is it Callie in this episode? I forget. Anyway, they handle it brilliantly because they cut away from it. We know it's happening, but they cut away from it. So the stuff with Jenna being Ripley is just not believable to me, and I don't like it. I do love and admire the tension here that is created, which is Jenna loyal? It's nice to have a story dedicated to Jenna. So overall, once again, incredibly strong storytelling. Terry Nation is obviously a cerebral person with his audience in mind. He's intelligent and thoughtful, and he puts his audience first in how he articulates dialogue, in how he articulates and creates and conveys these beautiful ideas that are floating around in his marvelous brain. So I doff my cap to this marvelous science fiction author for yet another iteration of Blake 7. And that's all I wrote, boss.
Love it. Very well done. Very well done. So
Menimus
is here, and Don Ranger Power.
Ranger.
Well, welcome both. Mark.
Yeah. So yeah, we had fun with this episode at the watch party. We're always making some fun quips, and one of the things was I kind of imagine this as one of the doctors, like was this an iteration of the Doctor? I just got the Doctor Who vibe from our main from the character Sarkov. Yeah, I don't know if you guys got that
played
vibe.
The Doctor,
right? Couldn't he played it? He could have played a Doctor, right?
Could have been, yeah.
But I did get that vibe, and yeah, Raquel's right. Some of the the knockout one punch stuff.
Yeah,
it's a little off-putting, but Jenna used to be, in the beginning of the show, she was a kick-ass pirate, right? And they kind of went away from that, and she became more of, like
she's a pirate, yeah, pilot.
She can
pirate.
kick butt, but just make it realistic. Yeah. Kicking somebody in the stomach does not take them down. And I know that a lot of people are going to be upset with me because, yay, feminism. But for me, I don't care about making a political point so much as I care about making something realistic. And certainly in the genre of science fiction, I expect it to be hard science fiction, to be plausible. And that's the litmus test for science fiction. Is it possible? Because if it's not, then it's science fantasy.
Also, hit him on the head.
Yeah, or she'd had a weapon or something. She'd gotten a weapon.
Yeah, like later on, Blake hits one of the henchmen, I believe, in the back of the head, which is not only incredibly dangerous, but it can leave boxers in a vegetative state. So the fact that one guy is struck in the back of the head and goes down like a sack of hammers, that's believable to me. But not Jenna just pushing someone and then kicking another person in the stomach.
One of your standard TV tropes at that time and many years before and after was either way, the guy gets either hit over the head, or sometimes a guy would punch him really hard in the face and they would be knocked out. Whatever's credible about that, and is one thing, but at least we know they're getting busted to the head, so we understand that they might be knocked out. And if a woman did something, it was always one would hit them over the head or something. No one ever goes out if you just kick them in the stomach.
No.
I mean,
or push them. Come on.
Yeah. But anyway, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah. So, that takes you out a little bit, but of course today that's what you get though, right?
They should have been throwing them across the room like 5 and 20 years. They'd be flying across the room after she punches them in the face, or she'd kick them one and one would go flying 10 feet.
Yeah, so that wasn't so bad. The only thing I didn't like about this episode was Jenna's that storyline with Jenna. It happened too fast. I think they didn't have enough. What I've read about this. It was no setup, but what I've read about it this episode was that the script that Terry Nation sent didn't have enough. It was underlined, so then they filled it out. So one of the fill outs was Blake breaking Sarkov's records to pad the episode. But I Terry Nation's brilliant. Not that I could write a TV episode, but that needed a little bit of setup. I think if you had something there you do want, as a viewer, you do want to not know that Jenna is still on the crew's side, but they could have had something just so you explain it just a little bit. That was one of the things I didn't like, or I thought was lacking about the episode. I love seeing that car, so we looked it up, and it's a 1925.
Did you notice that the destruction of it was off camera, so they didn't
Yes.
actually have to destroy the car?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, I said that actually. I said that in the watch party. Yeah, so the typical, like the plane goes over the mountain and then it explodes.
Right.
Yeah.
Lemon pie.
Lemon pie.
Lemon pie.
Nice to see you.
Yeah. I'm glad they didn't show that, but it was so old. I mean, here's the thing about that. And of course, they have the crank start. That's not just a 1925 car in 1978. Blake 7's 1,000 years in the future.
Right.
Yeah.
So, wow. But yeah.
Yeah, so it's for you car nerds out there. It's a 19.
I think it's well preserved,
Morris
like over
Oxford.
and over again. Yeah.
Yep. So that's the vehicle. Let me put the link in if you want to see a picture.
All those artifacts are 1,000 years old. But you can see them like reproducing the car to be exactly like that, maybe with their technology. But I mean, the butterfly collection, that's the records, the phonograph, all that stuff. Man, it sure lasted a long time.
Unfortunately, all the comic books disintegrated. So
there were no comic books
in the future. Yeah, they didn't slab any of the comic books. I've been waiting to see.
I don't know if there could be any books either. I mean, 1,000 years.
Yeah. And of course they had the weapon. It was interesting. They had the old fashioned projectile weapons that they used.
Also wouldn't function, of course.
Yeah, well, yeah, that old, and then the other thing that I thought was interesting or fun. They don't have a huge budget on the show, but I thought the planet, they did a nice job with the castle, making it look futuristic with that Eiffel-esque tower on top, and it kind of was semi-believable. This president in exile on this, another planet, and Blake and Jenna, or Blake and
Callie.
not Jenna, Callie. Thank you. Are on a mission there, and I think it was that part was it was well done. I mean, some of it, the outfits of the bad guys are maybe a little over the top, but that's what bad guys should have, outfits like that, right? So, and at least they had surveillance, which I liked, and they had quote unquote ring cameras around the perimeter, and so it wasn't it was written well enough where you believe that it was difficult for Blake and Callie to get in there. And Callie using the telepathy, she hasn't used that telepathy in several episodes, right? And
yeah, it's she hadn't. I don't think she hadn't used it much. Yeah, it's been a while. So she's used it, but maybe it's been a while. By the way, that Mr. Sulu's gun in the shore leave was created by the shore leave people, aliens. So of course it worked.
Yeah.
But because it came from his mind, so it was actually a new creation that looked old. But I was just telling that to Minimus because he was putting up the Sulu had more shore leave. Yeah. Anyway, Mark. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, and thank you to Ravenscroft pointed out that the woman that plays is it Tice Katrina West is actually a famous photographer and took a lot of was a model actress and muse to rock icons, so took a lot of rock music photos. So I put her Instagram in there, and
wow,
she's interesting. Yeah, pictures of Mick Jagger, friends with David Bowie. Wow. So yeah, she was a cutie patootie, I guess, right?
Yes, no, definitely.
I think so. Yes.
She looked a little bit like Carly Simon in some ways.
I thought so as well. Like when you said Mick Jagger, I was like, yeah, Mick Jagger for sure. She has that same Steven Tyler, Mick Jagger.
Yeah, she had a thing for Blake too, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So that was, and then in the beginning you think that's his much younger paramour, but then you find out it's his daughter. Thank God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because I thought that would have been really, really bad and inappropriate. Right. Oh, you get Gan's full name in this episode.
Mm-hmm. She played the Bigamy sisters in the Ruddles. Wow, I've seen the Ruddles forever.
There you go.
Remember the Ruddles? Yeah. Anyone remember the Ruddles? Yep. Yeah. There you go.
And here's some story notes from the wiki here. Let me put the wiki into the chat here.
Okay, I'll do my review after you do that, and then we'll all rate it.
Yeah, and we'll rate. Yep. So second of two episodes where Zen refers to Gan by his full name of Ola Gan, the other being Time Squad.
Ola Gan. Yep.
Oh, and then Zen actually
yeah.
teleported Blake and the gang up, but they didn't mention that, and because they come back up to the ship.
Zen can't
Was
run
it-
the teleport.
Who-
Jenna did it. Jenna did it.
Oh, Janet. Oh, I thought it was. See, I thought
Well,
it
they
was
didn't
Zen
show
who
who did it, but it had to be Jenna because Zen can't control the teleport.
Doesn't he do
No.
that late? Well, spoiler.
Nope. Orak can,
No.
but Zen
okay.
cannot.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
See, what do
So
I
it
know?
had to
That's
be
why we
Jenna.
got you here. Okay. Which made for the set. Yeah, I was just wondering what. Oh, yeah,
Now,
that makes
I
sense.
think, by the way, I think it would make sense if Zen could do it.
Right? Why
But
couldn't
they've
Zen
made a
operate
big
the
deal
teleport?
about. They've made a big deal about it, so much so that they always, when one of the crew couldn't do it, they needed Orak to do it, and Orak would bitch about it, saying, "This is not what I'm supposed to be doing." And they said, "Shut up and do it," indicating to me that somehow, for some strange reason, and it doesn't make a lot of sense that Zen
Right.
can't do it, but he can't. According to the show, or every episode, when a crew person can't do it, Orak has to do it.
Yeah, that didn't
Which is
make
not.
sense.
I know
to
we
me.
haven't seen Orak folks yet, but you all know who Orak is. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as a Trekkie, Trekkies, they're so willing to fill in the details. For that one, I'm willing to fill in the details, and it doesn't take too much to fill in that detail in your mind and push back the walls of the fictional world. So for me, I kind of like it because I have always found Zen's interactions with the crew somewhat mysterious.
Well, they are.
Even upon second watch, you think to yourself, who is somebody behind this pulling the strings? Is there a Wizard of Oz behind the curtain?
You'll find out.
And did the people who programmed this ship, did they have reasons for that? Like, so for me, in my mind, I'm not too troubled by that. I don't think about it too much because I just think to myself, would the computer want to or would the people who designed the computer want it to have that ability? It could beam everyone off the ship if it wanted. So that makes sense to me. Do you know what I mean? I'm not fussy with that, but I do love that Orak is soft about it.
I've always thought, I don't understand why Zen isn't able to do it, but he isn't, and that's the way it is, according to the show. But anyway.
Well, yeah, because can he fly the ship into the sun if he wanted to, too, I guess?
Well, he does take over. I mean, he does go on auto.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's fun. That's something fun for us sci-fi geeks and nerds to talk about. Yeah.
But if he can go on autopilot, which he can, then you think he could run the other systems. He is once Ravon once referred to him as a capacity charged brain.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yep. So a couple more show notes. Boys, yeah, Terry Nation turned in a script that was severely under length, so we filled out the script with some scenes. Gareth Thomas actually performed.
That's okay. At least it's not running in a hallway.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not like there weren't 4 or 5 scenes of running in a hallway, so I'm okay.
Gareth Thomas actually performed this stunt where Blake scales the wall. On one attempt, part of the wall collapsed and he was left swinging in midair. Yeah, it's always a risk to do those stunts, right? Yeah. The Waterloo Tower in Quex Park, Birchingham, Kent, was used for Sarkoff's residence. The doors were painted white and gold for the episode, and they remained that color for many years afterwards, although they've now been painted over. Jan Chappelle's stunt double, Roberta Gibbs, injured her ankle while filming the stunt where Callie leaps from a wall to attack a guard. She completed the stunt before going to the hospital. Now, that was quite a leap, too. And you watched that live as that stunt person. That was a long climb up that wall. And she jumps off that wall to get that guard. So it didn't look like there was any padding or anything there. So she actually got hurt in that. So, but she carried on. Yep. On one attempt of throwing a hook over the wall, Gareth Thomas barely missed stunt coordinator Frank Mahar. He calmly replied that he would have to attempt it again. Both men had gone out drinking the night before and were slightly hungover. Ratings 9.6 million people. Let's see. The continuity. The Liberated crew learned of the Federation's plan for Lindor from the cipher information they recorded in Seek, Locate, Destroy.
Yeah, cipher machine. Yep.
Yeah, so they ties that
or
together.
They changed the code. Yeah.
Right, so which is brilliant. Yep. When Avon agrees with Villa's opinion on the distress call, Villa murmurs, makes it all seem worthwhile. This becomes a recurring theme between the two characters, the variations in the
strategy.
line being used other in Gambit and City on the Edge of the World. Yep. And I didn't get a chance to clip any of the episode tonight, unfortunately, because I was working on another project. But
we're good. There's something clippable.
Yeah, no, you get but I'm just there were some.
No, you're good.
And there's always some great lines like the villa.
I'll quote them.
You'll quote them. I'm entitled to my opinion.
It is your assumption that we are entitled to it as well. That is irritating.
Yeah, I told you couldn't do it.
Sorry, I messed it up. Sorry.
I believed you all along. I'm trying to give you. You're trying to say.
Yes,
I believe you
running
all
in
along.
hallways is still preferable to talking about mac and cheese and crying in corridors.
Right.
You are 100% correct, sir.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So
dancing Klingons. Yeah. So do you want me to give my rating now, or you want to do your?
I was going to do my review, and then we'll all give our ratings.
Okay. Yep. Sounds
very
good.
basically. First of all, as you all know, I rate every episode of Blake's Up, and all 52 episodes. I've ranked them as well, of course. And this episode, Bounty, from season 1, episode 11, story by Terry Nation, director Pennant Roberts. I have ranked it number 31 out of the 52. So that's not too bad of a rating, considering there are a lot of way better episodes. There's some that can be above it, arguably. Some that can be, beneath it, arguably. So, basically, I like.
Sorry. Did you give it a number out of 7?
I was going to rate it in a second. But we were all going to rate it together, rate it together. I was just giving my ranking. Basically, this is a very likable episode. All in all, I mean, some of the writing and characterization, that's what I really like about this episode a lot is that stuff. However, I do quibble slightly with the crew getting caught so easily, especially with them letting Gan. I mean, they did question Gan's if he's all right and feeling all right, considering he said, yes, you would give the order that would result in your own destruction, and you expect us to believe that? Yes, I expect you to believe that. In other words, as far as that you're fine. And then they let him do it, and they just go along with it. I don't think none of them put up enough of a fight with him over it. Enough of a, I know they don't have a command structure, but I think that Avon and Jenna alone would have overruled him and said, no, I don't think so. We'll try. If they won't answer us, we're not going to go help them. It was too easy of a trap. Again, now they maybe learned their lesson. They're all still relatively young at this, so I give it the pass. But here's the problem. Since you have this gap that doesn't show how it all went down, that hurts that. I mean, in other words, that hurts the idea. Because first of all, he has to go when they say, come over, go ahead and beam me back over. And they just take him in his word for doing it. And then that voice recording was not Ola Gan, and Villa has to dither about it. That's Avon's fault. Avon should have said, wait for confirmation to make sure it's him before we teleport him back. Oh, and not only that, if you don't even do that, both Avon and Jenna should have their guns out pointing when he teleports back, just in case. In fact, it might even be smarter if one of them's off to the side in the corridor with a gun, and the other one teleports them back to be safe. I know they're not a starship, but I think they should. It was just too easy of a setup. As suspicious as Avon was and Jenna was, it was really sloppy the way they handled it. Even without Zen figuring out way too late, by the way, that was not Gan's voice. So all of that. So they don't show you how it all shakes out once they get back and take over. They just plop you into the middle of it. But a lot of the stuff in that room, when they're all sitting there with the collars on, has some great character moments. I love it when Avon and Villa are having a go at each other. It's a lot of fun. Good stuff. But not one of your greater episodes. But it's really good for dialogue, ideas, and characterization. Like their episodes of the series are often want to be. So my rating of this episode is a 5 out of 7, a solid 5 out of 7. And number 1, what is yours? Episode rating of Bounty.
I gave this episode, due to the stuff that happened with Jenna, and also you know, the addition of the criticisms you made. I mean, they're not huge for me, but they do add to the reduction of the score. So I gave Bounty 5 Avons out of 7 Blakes.
Gotcha. 7 Blakes. Mark.
I did the same thing too, and I had my number written down beforehand. So, but yeah, 5 too. It's not a terrible episode, but it's not phenomenal. But some great moments, and yeah, the Gan stuff. It almost made it seem like Gan was in on it when he was so willing to go over to that other ship, and like that part was poorly written, or didn't, you know, as you said, they would have it didn't make sense that he was so gung ho to go over there unless he was in on it with Jenna, or it would have made more sense for Jenna to do it since she was setting them up.
I
right?
interpreted that as just everything happening too quickly. So like yours and Clobby's points, I agree with them, but they're not so nitpicky for me. For me, the biggest detractor, like the biggest boo-boos, I think, are the Jenna action sequences. I think at that point you're like, you know what?
I agree.
And so it like, and then what ends up happening is because that's a glaring issue, you begin to quibble with little things, and you say to yourself, well, there was also this and also this, and so it takes away the vigor of the episode, which is really a shame, because once again, Terry Nation, amazing dialogue and wonderful characterization and beautiful criticism. There's so much philosophical criticism here, and it's most enjoyable. But anyway,
if any of you have anything anyone who has any review to write about this episode, by the way, please come forth with it now, and we'll read them in just a second. Professor R2, welcome, my friend.
Hello.
Sorry, Mark, I didn't mean to step on you.
Well, no, that's okay. Yeah, no, I think they should have had Tom Baker as a curator in this episode for the museum.
Shit, the great curator.
I was thinking
I'd be all over that one.
Right? I still say this guy, this actor, it just felt like Dr.
I don't know.
An
older type of doc,
but it just, you know, Terry Nation, of course.
Well, Doctor Who creator,
Doctor Who, creator. So you just wonder if there's some of that. I mean, not that it was. I know it's not the Doctor, but just some of that DNA is just written into that character. I think I can picture the Doctor saying some of those lines, especially that civilization line, and there was some great dialogue and character moments in this, which really help this episode, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you. There you go. So let's see here. See what we got collected up so far. All right, Ravenscroft says, gives it a 6 out of 7. Looks like. Let's see. Too great that could have stood alone and should have. Maybe left out a word there. Tantalizing glimpse at Jenna's past. Never to be spoken of again. True. With finally something for Sally Kay to dig into. Yes, because she did whine about not getting enough to do, which was a bit preposterous. I thought it was an ensemble cast. It's always going to be about some of the main players. And if you're on there, you know, she got to do, considering, I mean, look how you could, I mean, if you want to be like that, go to Original Trek, why don't you? And look how tiny of a role some of the anyone who wasn't Kirk, Spock, or McCoy, and maybe Scotty got to do on there. But there was
it needs to be like that, though.
I'm saying that, but she gets way more than they do.
Yeah, but it needs to be like that.
Yeah, it's fine.
People have become too comfortable with the fact that everybody needs equal screen time. I want you to think about some of the greatest books you've ever read in your life, the books that have made the biggest impact on your life when it comes to fiction. And certainly a pattern will emerge that you have this marvelous protagonist and he or she goes on a fabulous adventure. And so you have the protagonist as the focal point and what that protagonist goes through. I think that people are too comfortable with this idea of, well, give everyone a chance. But thing is if you give everyone a chance, what ends up happening is that it becomes a soap opera instead of something
Well,
that's a little bit meatier, like science fiction. You know, when you're reading like the Iliad or the Odyssey or any of these great books, these amazing books that have changed culture and civilization, they're not worried about fussing about, you know, if whether or not a character on the periphery got enough screen time. That can't always be the design. The soap opera trappings can't always be the design. And I think we need to be a little bit more honest about that. I love Popeye. And do I love olive oil? Yes. And do I love what's his name? Brutus?
Brutus.
Yes, but the
Bad
story
guy.
is about Popeye, so I don't want to come to
Right.
to an episode and you know, watch Brutus's struggles.
One
Yeah,
interesting
well-
aside there, though, is actually Popeye was not the main character on that strip when it started.
Initially, it was Symbol Theater, and he was barely in it. But yeah,
Yeah,
however,
well, I'm talking about the cartoons that I
I'm
watched.
joking.
that
No,
were
I
on-
know.
I know.
I'm,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
being
he was just being
a comic book wise guy. Yeah.
That's how I got exposed to
Yeah.
Popeye when I was young.
Well,
I
that's
think-
why it was
I know what
popular.
you're saying.
Popeye. Yeah.
What was
that's
it
why-
like
yeah,
the
Popeye's the main
1920s
guy.
yeah,
cartoons? But
30s.
I mean, it's
It
the
was- it
same
was
thing
a-
that you could say about
it was a strip.
Superman. If everything becomes about Lois
Right.
Lane, it's not Superman anymore. And I
No.
just think that people are too caught up in this, you know, oh, give everyone a chance.
few
Everyone
characters.
should have the spotlight, because then the stories lose their magic unless you're somebody who's crocheting at home on your Chesterfield and you're looking for some social interaction and you missed Days of Our Lives.
Thank you, Sean Carter. I'll be right there. Let me make sure. Let me get this real quick. Enjoyed exploring the machinations of the Federation. Great acting by McKenna as Sarkoff, a man of consequence beaten down by the Federation and his gradual reawakening. Yep. Love Tice. Hoped she'd join our crew, but maybe they couldn't handle two hot blondes. Villa's skills come in handy. Great quips from him. Avon Blake, the collars. Let's see. But why is Callie wearing fur? I don't know. And a wonderful example of Blake's ability to call forth the buried conscience of a cynic. Are you listening, Avon? Yeah, he is, but he'll never admit it. I hear you there, Ravenscroft. Thank you for that review, Camish. Ravenscroft, very well done. Let's see here. Sean Carter. Thank you so much for the super chat. You're too kind. Very, very much appreciated, my friend. Oftentimes, the most intriguing characters have the smallest roles. Yes. Well, here's the thing about that. Look, you're just going to have... I love the fact that the original series episodes of Star Trek are tight and have limited characters. You have the limited main characters, then you can have whatever guest characters come through. And then they have the other characters that are there, but not as big. However, that doesn't mean this is different. Every show is different. Every show doesn't have to be the original Star Trek either. When you have an ensemble cast and you know, on Blake 7, they don't, what I'm saying is they don't short the characters. On Star Trek, they do, and I wouldn't have it any other way because that's the way that show works.
Yeah.
Blake 7 is different. Everybody gets something to do. Now, that doesn't mean they get as much to do as Blake. Of course not. He's the title character. They don't get as much to do as Avon. And then later, you know, Villa gets a lot. But they all, including Sally Nivette, who whined about it.
She shouldn't have.
She shouldn't have. I can name you all kinds of things that she got to do in episodes that Uhura, for example, on Star Trek, never got to do, ever. Including a lot of dialogue. She was always in on every conversation. She had plenty of action sequences. Okay, she didn't have a whole episode devoted to her, really. This is the closest she got to it. But she was, for her to whine about that is idiotic. Yeah. Take shows like Firefly, 9 people, and every one of them got something to do, and that was fantastic. On the other hand, take a show like Have Gun Will Travel, the greatest Western of all time. 1 guy, and he's all you needed. He's all you needed. Paladin. Yeah. Trek, all you need is Kirk, Spot, McCoy, and you have to have a lot of Scotty. And that's it. We'll do a Trek. Then TNG, if that's your poison, it's a little bit more broad. And you've got Picard and Data and Riker. If that's the thing you like, fine. It's more spread out. That's okay too. DS9, you have a more spread out cast. Voyager, you have a little bit more spread out cast. That's all those things are fine. It's Babylon 5, a big cast.
Yeah.
But it goes all over the place. And the point is, the bigger your cast gets, they usually do get a little bit more in the way of some soap opera type storytelling. By the way, which I don't mind sometimes if you can do episodic stories with it. Buffy was perfect for that. Buffy had arcs running through episodic episodes. They mixed and blended very well, but you did have continuity.
Yeah.
Back in the 60s, shows like Star Trek and others, and in the 70s even, didn't have a lot of continuity to deal with, and that made for some brilliant, wonderful one-off storytelling. So
because the focus becomes the ideas.
It does come in on the ideas, but that doesn't
not
mean
the feelings of the people experiencing them, but the ideas themselves.
But that doesn't mean I don't like the stories with the multiple characters too. Like Blake 7 does have multiple characters, but it still was closer to Trek in terms of being focused on one-off stories, though there was some continuity.
But that's not the case for Jenna, for Jenna's actress. I don't know her name.
No, it wasn't. And Sally Nivette.
Sally Nivette. I don't think she should have complained. I don't think she should have whined.
No,
I think chiefly this story is about ideas, not about relationships. And moreover, I think that it's incredibly important to give your best performance in whatever capacity you're hired, and to accept that. Because if someone said to me while I was on stage, look, you're going to kick this guy in the stomach and he's going to pass out, and we're going to do this so that you could have your shining moment and get more screen time, I would give up that moment if it meant that I could make the show better. And, the thing is, I love your example with Nichelle Nichols. She is literally, in a time of hyperbole, a cultural icon now, and received almost no screen time. So I like what Sean Carter said. Everyone has a role to play, and some of the greatest performances don't occur just from one character or even the star of the show. I agree, Clobby. She shouldn't have whined and bitched.
She was a nobody too.
No, she shouldn't have whined. I mean, she's a nice actress, lady. She just shouldn't complain. But anyway, I love her. But my point
I shouldn't say nobody, but she was an unknown when she was on the show.
Yeah, she was. But she wasn't. It wasn't called Jenna 7. So there you go. Again,
exactly. I love you.
This show's named after one guy. Star Trek is just called Star Trek. By the way, I like it either way. I love that it's just the Trinity plus Scotty. I love that this show look, everybody gets a lot to do on this show. This is an ensemble cast. She shouldn't have complained because she's wrong. I mean, if Nichelle Nichols, remember, she didn't feel like she got to do anything, and she wasn't wrong. She wasn't in the show. Just like the other actors, again, they were just taking a gig as much as they could get one, but she felt like, she wanted to leave the show, right? So she wasn't wrong, and she could make a case that Sally Nivette never could. But she stuck with it. We all know, and we love her for it. But even in the movies, she got to do a thing here and there. But that's just not what Star Trek, the original series, is about. On the other hand, Firefly is about everybody on that show. Even though Mal's the Prisoner's about one guy. But Blake 7's about everybody. Babylon 5 is about the whole crew. TNG, those are about the whole crew. So that's all fine and good. So either way, and that makes for some great storytelling. I love the ensemble cast idea, but it does tend to get you bogged down sometimes in soap opera in the modern day, not back in 1978 when this show was on. Yes. And it doesn't make it bad; it makes it different. And
because how do you stretch ideas out? By adding interpersonal conflict about the ideas.
Them. Yeah, you stretch them. You have to. You can't help. It can't help but be stretched out of all proportion. Let's see here.
And it should not be seen as virtuous either. I think a lot of people think, oh, that's virtuous. But there is grave danger in episodic writing because the ideas are the focus. You have to work very hard as a writer to come up with those fresh ideas every single week. And so Terry Nation is doing a marvelous job at coming up with fresh ideas every week. We can see his inspirations, we can see his influences, but what we get is in just such incredibly high quality dialogue and great storytelling. And so I think it's very important for the public to connect with what you're saying, Clobby, because in modernity, it has turned into a crutch where we find ourselves having the Young and the Restless in the corridors of these ships, because people can't come up with a new idea, so they want to stretch it out for as many episodes as possible. And I find it annoying in science fiction. I really do. I don't enjoy it. I don't mind a little bit of it, but I don't like a lot of it, boss.
I understand you, but I mean, very few shows are like Star Trek in that respect. So there's some great ones that have big casts, and I don't mind, because this one, I stress this show, whatever similarities it has to the original Trek, in some ways, it's not like Trek in the sense that all these characters are important. Now, obviously, Blake's the most important thing. Avon's right there with him. And then you go down to a next tier, and you got the other ones are all good supporting characters, but they get a lot to do. So it is different what Terry Nation's trying to do than what Gene Roddenberry was trying to do with Trek.
Yes.
So he was doing something that involved ideas and characters. How that horrible world of his that he created for Blake 7 affects people. So it's very much a people story. And it's just
Robin Hood. You have Robin Hood, and you have his merry men, and his merry men are important to the storytelling as well. But certainly, she should not have bitched, whined, and moaned, because you can't grab your screen time. But of course, being an actor or an actress, it's an awful lot like being a politician. It's like you're desperate for the power, and you're desperate for the adoration. But for me, that's why I could never be an actress. Is I would never want to take the spotlight if the sacrifice is looking like a nincompoop. Because if anybody told me to kick Mark in the stomach and that Mark would be knocked out and not wake up for like 2 days.
That's because I had eaten 2 clam pizzas. That's why I couldn't get up.
You had sea tongue surprise protection.
Let's
It'll be in the subtitles. Yeah.
Let's burn through this real quickly. So
okay.
Thank you, RRTNZ, for the super chat, my friends. It's a great app. Loved when Captain Kirk cried, "This is the way." Fired the wave motion gun and blew up the Death Star, saving Gondor from the Death Eaters. I loved it too. I think that was brilliant stuff. We'll never see the likes of that entertainment again. Never, ever.
Nope.
Max Redstone gives it 1E, 2E, 3E, 4E, 5E. Max, what did you no, that's Larry. I'm sorry. Larry gave it 5 Avons. Thank you, Larry. Max Redstone said, by the way, where did you rank this one, Matt? And Max, did you tell me your rank? Oh, wait a minute. Where's this first one? Oh, there it is. It's not. That's weird. It's in a weird spot. Oh,
it was Tuvok handling security.
He gave it a B-, which means 4 out of 7. His rank is 46. Okay, wow, gotcha. Clobby rank 31. Sure, yep. Now I'm rethinking it. Maybe I'll move mine back to 46 like yours, because you have. I'm just kidding. I'm going to see your rank list one day, though. Blake and Callie's reaction to the automobile is priceless. True. This was a bottled episode, but weak. Neither the Sarkov rescue nor the Amagon raid feel like the A plot. That's a very good point. I hear you. Sarkov and Tice should have been the A plot. I feel like T.P. McKenna and the gorgeous Corinthia West, okay, needed a bit more space to make things happen. Things feel a bit silly and unconvincing. You won't get an argument out of me, dude. The Amagon plot and the Amagons are weak and chintzy. Tarvin is a third-rate bandit. Did he contact Jenna beforehand? Even Gan's ignorance feels forced. Zen's passivity is irritating as usual. Tried to say that like Avon for you. Sorry, I got yours mixed up there.
You're out of order. Out of order.
I'm going totally. These were out of order. Now I'm sorry, Max. I'm out of order. I apologize, because it's number 2 one, which I haven't done yet. God damn it! I'm sorry, Max.
Blame me.
Both. Okay.
Damn
Both plots that'll make me feel better somehow. Both plots feel like B story. Neither one being fully thought out, though. Either had the potential to be really great stories had they not been smushed together. Is Tuvok handling security?
I saw that.
I think I know what happened. I think I kept clicking them, and we were starring them at different. We were both starring.
No. I clicked one and then I stopped.
I didn't do anything.
They were all out of
Wasn't me.
order. I don't know why. It
Yeah.
could have been me just being a tard.
No,
Probably
it could
was me
actually
being a
just be
tard.
that.
No, it
You're
was
not
me.
a tard. Don't say that.
I already told you I have proof on file. Don't make me
No,
do it.
don't say that.
Yes, this story was cerebral. Yes, we are introduced to other worlds and leaders and villains. And maybe I am asking too much. What was available at the time of production? Bounty left me wanting the quicker picker-upper. Bonus point to Mark D with a C for finding the make and model of the Sarkov getaway glider. Yes, sir.
Oh, cool.
And Max, again, my apologies for screwing all that up for you. RT and Z says Avon is the character who shows us what Spock would be like if he was a selfish arsehole.
I did click that one. I hope you don't mind, even though it's not
I
a
love
review,
it.
because I just really liked it. But that was it. I wasn't going to click because I saw you clicking.
No,
and
I love it.
I also have to tell you, boss man, that JD Lewis says, great show tonight. Going to bed for now. Good night, everyone. See you soon. Good night, JD Lewis. Thank you for joining us.
Take care, JD.
Good night, JD. Mr. Fibuli. Moons of madness, Mr. Fibuli. Sorry, Max. Ravenscroft also said, I agree that TOS worked well as it was, but a B7 really does work best with a fairly equal ensemble. Yeah, everything's different. Fanty says 5 out of 7 Avon's lessons learned. Some bad guys scare financially stupid and diehard hands was trying to get 650 million in bearer bounce. This clown, welcome to the party, pal. Man, dude, I don't even know what to make of any of that. 7 billion for the Liberator, 1 mil per crew member. Avon says the Liberator alone is worth vastly more than 13 million. Also, never offer anyone Avon's sentimental treasure bad area. True, she was telling them about that area that they had on the
Also, the screen is doing something really weird.
What?
You know how like all of Max was out of order? Every single time you're showing something, it then reverts to showing Mark's name.
Oh, I took my name. It's showing my camera. That's why I just turned my name.
Does it always do that? That's
well, yeah,
weird.
because I'm actually broadcasting. You know, it's
I don't remember it
it's a
always
virtual
doing
camera.
that, though.
It's through me. Yeah, because I usually remember to turn
Weird.
it off.
Okay. Anyway, just trying to figure out what the
Oh, and I
heck's
had a
going
question
on.
no, what was I was thinking about with the episode there. No, I totally lost my train of. I'll remember it after. I had a question about the ship. Oh, the ship when they first find the Liberator. Sorry for my scatterbrain. Don't they find all kinds of items like that they think about?
Yes,
so I was wondering,
they found a room full of
treasure, right? Jewels, right? So I was
Treasures.
thinking the Jenna would just give him that room full of jewels, right?
She
or if the
mentioned
Liberator
it.
could generate jewels.
She does, but she doesn't want to lose her leverage. If she just gives them the jewels, not only will they get the ship, but they'll also get the crew and the jewels. So
Well, I just wondered how they use that to pay it off, or if the Liberator could just generate jewels at will. Like,
No.
here, take some, you know, I was just, but do you think that's what she was referencing, guys, right? That's what I was.
Yes. Oh,
yeah.
yes, most certainly.
Okay. Yeah.
We can't talk much about that till we see a certain episode.
Yes.
Then I have a lot to say about those rooms. Suffice it to say, before we get to our next segment, you guys, if you wait, you guys, I gotta go get some water, big time.
You
Well,
go
let
ahead,
us know-
sweetheart.
Take
Yeah.
a pill.
Well, I got
Take your
something to
pill,
show when you get back. So
Okay, I gotta take a
Yeah,
pill.
and
when
take
you,
your time and drink
we'll
extra
vamp
water,
and you
please.
get we'll hang out
Okay.
with the chat and you.
Give me a sec.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. And I'll turn the slideshow off. Let's see here. Stop camera.
Okay, so later we have to talk with Clobby about this thing that my friend Elaine just put up. So do you know Elaine from Nerd Cookies?
Yes,
met
I mean
her-
not personally, but I just know know
Well,
her
okay,
channel.
so
Yeah.
I met her like 4 or 5 years ago when I did Orville Nation, and I love her. I think that she's just like the sweetest person. Anyway, tonight she put up the is this the real promo poster for this person named Dakota Johnson, and she's doing Amazing Spider-Man 3. Or what? But no, this is what
it's
Elaine says. What do we want? Amazing Spider-Man 3. What do they give us? Dakota Johnson in something called Madam Web. Her
Yep.
web connects them all, and apparently it's available in February in IMAX.
Yes. So what they're
Is
doing,
this real?
this is Sony. Yep. So there's a Spider-Verse. So there's a bunch of different Spider Women in comics too. So you've had Jessica Drew was a Spider Woman. I think was she the first Spider Woman. So you had alternative, and she had different powers, and she didn't get her powers from a radioactive spider, of course, and slightly different powers. Of course, my favorite is Spider Girl, Mayday Parker, but that's from an alternative universe, and I don't. She's not in this, thankfully, I guess. They've also got Anya Corzan, who's a different Spider Girl, is in this as well. And who else is in them? And of course, Madam Web. They get kind of mystical with Spider-Man, so they have this Madam Web character. I think that's who she's playing.
So is it Madam Web or is it
Madame
Web?
Well, Madame, of course, yeah.
Okay, so she's not running a body house.
No. She's like she's got telepathic powers.
I'm making fun of it. The thing is,
yeah,
is that,
but no, it is. Yeah, and she can see the future.
Okay, I'm
so
not interested in this at all, but I just want you to know how ridiculous I think this is, and how even as a person who's a nerd, not a geek, how I realize this is going to be an epic fail. I cannot believe how weird this poster looks, and I'm concerned because look, you guys have your geek universe. You guys all understand your geek universe, but Elaine is a nerd. She likes some geeky stuff, but she is a nerd. That's why like her videos are like video essays, and she puts a lot of work into them, and she pre-writes them and stuff like that. And anyway, I love Elaine. So I just think that it's crazy that she's posting about this, but the low quality of the poster and this Dakota Johnson person, this is Melanie Griffith and a Dawn Johnson, Miami Vice.
Yeah.
This is their daughter, right?
Yeah, she was in that 50 Shades movie.
She does not even look even slightly superhero-like. She looks less than average. She's not even the girl next door. She looks. This is not a person who looks.
The character was originally an old lady, by the way.
That's
like
the original character. Yeah.
Okay.
She's blind, paralyzed, and yeah, she's a very feeble character.
Okay, so why? Like, go to Elaine's profile on Twitter, please.
Elaine,
Nerd Cookies.
Let me grab it. Yeah,
I love teasing her about that name. I always tell her, you make
you're
making cookies out of nerds. That's terrible.
Of course, they're swapping. Well, they're swapping some of the characters too, which they always do. Obviously,
naturally, they're doing all kind of swapping, and
Okay, now go down, and my buddy here, this sweet lady. Yeah. Okay, now look Madam at this. Web.
It looks like
look at how bad this poster is. This doesn't have any Hollywood magic. This looks like crap.
It doesn't. This movie's going to tank so bad. I mean, no one's going to go see this crap.
And it doesn't look anything like Madam Web is supposed to look like, which is this is the original. Well, that's not a great artwork.
That's,
but that's
similar to that. She was old like that.
She was old, and
she's not an action character anyway. She doesn't.
Is this woman even an actual actress, or is this just naked nepotism?
Dakota? Well, she was in that stupid. She's in that 50 Shades movie they made. And other than that, nobody. But the point is, they've been trying to put her in movies since then, I guess. And after that, you never really.
Wow. I don't think she's that bad of an actress. And then this is I hate this character, Ezekiel.
What do you mean you don't think she's that bad of an actress? You watched that stupid 50 Shades of Grey movie?
I didn't watch it, but I had to buy my mother-in-law the book on Kindle, which is very embarrassing.
It's good to buy the book, but don't ever take out the library copy, because have you seen the lab tests that were performed on those books
I won't use my UV light.
What?
Ooh.
In this day and age, just use Kindle. But I mean, and I hear writing. I hear the writing is so comedically bad. It's funny. Somebody took that book one time, I think, and put it on like Twit or something. Just to put the whole thing on there so people can read how bad the stupid writing is. I've never read it.
I just can't believe how unattractive and weird this poster is. Maybe this young lady is a beautiful person, but like I just don't understand why Hollywood like it lacks glamour now, and it lacks the magic. You know, it's supposed to be magical. It's supposed to inspire. This girl looks like a babysitter.
Sony doesn't have the rights to do that much. They've got the few properties at Marvel, but not all of them. So they're trying to milk everything they can. They've already made. See, they made a lot of money when they got together and joined forces with Disney to make Spider-Man No Way Home, and that made a lot of money. Before that, they made Venom and Morbius, and they've got another Venom movie. Then they've got a Craven. They're making movies about Spider-Man villains because they don't own Spidey completely. And but they don't understand something, or Spider-Man adjacent characters in the case of Madam Web. What they don't understand is nobody wants to go see movies about villains. We want to see movies about superheroes fighting villains. Yes, if they're good, if the movie's good, but who wants to see movies about villains?
And the thing is that I don't like about it is that corporations are trying to shift culture. They're trying to shift children to cheer for villains. You know, we saw this in the quote unquote remake of 101 Dalmatians and all of these classic stories. Now the brooding villain, he really isn't bad at all, or she isn't really bad at all. It's just tragic. We failed to understand him or her.
Right.
Like, get out of here.
Tragic stories, and we're supposed to boohoo for them, feel sorry. And the heroes are bad. They don't understand heroes or villains because these are people that scoff at heroism and decency and different things like that. They don't make good hero stuff.
It's weird.
So good night,
Ravenscroft has to leave, boss. Everyone, please say good night to Ravenscroft. Thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you for your marvelous reviews, Ravenscroft. Take it easy.
Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
And this is horrific too, because I guess they didn't want Madam Web in a wheelchair, thanks to our favorite Doctor Who.
Ableist.
So it's ableist. So why do they have her running around? And in the comics, she's blind in the comics too.
What?
And she's old. Like I said, they made it. Did they make her young in the comics though?
I don't think so, unless it's a prequel.
Young body. Yeah.
This is the most unremarkable production value, the most unremarkable actress, the most unremarkable show poster, and I'm a nerd. I have no dog in this fight. I'm not even a geek. Who is this movie for?
They're releasing
they do have one redhead.
Funny. They're releasing it at Valentine's Day. You know what else that they released at Valentine's Day that they thought was going to make a lot of money and didn't? The other movie she was in, 50 Yards of Grey.
Ooh.
That's when they reviewed. Remember when that movie came out and with this woman in it? It was Valentine's Day. They were in. I'll never forget that.
Why would anyone see that as a Valentine's Day movie?
They didn't watch it.
50 yards of hazmat suit.
There were a few old ladies. There were a few cat ladies that watched it, I'm sure. A few some middle-aged women, like the people who like Twilight. Wasn't that 50 Shades? Wasn't it like Twilight fanfic?
Yeah,
yeah.
I think
it's and it's about S&M.
Right, yeah. I mean,
that's why I was so embarrassed. My mother-in-law, she's like, I hear this book 50 Shades of Grey is really popular, and she had a Kindle, and she's like, can you show me how to order it? And I'm looking at my wife, and I'm like, and she's like snickering. But she had no idea. She had no idea. Grammy didn't know what it was about.
Okay, let's get off of that because that's really grody to the max, man. Let's look at what Elaine put up again because I love Elaine.
Oh yeah.
Nerd cookies. Elaine is saying that they're going to show this in IMAX. People aren't even going to go and see this in the regular theater. Never mind IMAX.
Nobody's going to watch this crap.
No, that's it.
Even Mark won't go see it, probably.
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
Come on, this is Adventures in Babysitting.
Oh, that was a great movie.
Put that picture back up. It's Adventures in Babysitting.
That was a fun movie. Adventures in Babysitting is a fun movie.
It is a fun movie, but come on, the premise, it looks terrible.
Yeah.
Well, it's just a bad poster, too. It's not an exciting poster that says, hey, let's go see this movie. Yeah.
It looks weird.
Honey, look what Mark downloaded on my Kindle.
Right?
Max.
Who did you marry? You poor woman.
What's a Grammy? What do I say? No Grammy? Do you know what this movie's about? I didn't want to explain the book what it was about.
How am I did you explain it to her?
No,
Grammy
what,
shows
you
up with a
crazy?
riding crop and a
What did
gag
you
ball.
say? Did you tell her it was softcore porn and leave it at that?
I didn't want to go there with
Softcore
Grammy.
porn. It's hardcore porn.
I'm trying to I'm softballing it for an old lady doesn't know. You just tell her
Yeah.
it's
Well, you remember I also told you the story of my grandmother, God rest her soul. They sold her Rainbow Deluxe on the Cablevision, like they upgraded her so she got every channel.
God.
And so she called me one night, and my friend Rob happened to be over with me. We're watching TV, and she's like, "Mark, I don't understand it. There's naked women on my TV, and they're kissing. I'm very confused. What's going on?"
What?
Yes, I swear to God.
This is
83,
so grody.
84.
I cannot believe you're telling this story.
So Graham and I told Rob, well, because they gave her, like, you know, they call up the little old lady, would you like to upgrade your cable, a special package?
Oh my God.
So the guy sold her like the package with everything. So, you know, channel 53 was the Playboy channel, which I don't know why I remember that. But so I told Rob,
I wonder why you would know that.
And so Rob is like, tell your grandma
that button
we'll
on
be
his
right
remote
over
is rubbed out, folks.
We'll be right over to fix it as quickly as possible.
Jeez.
Wow.
Anyway.
Oh, you should have heard my mom reaming out Cablevision on that Monday when she called to complain.
So gross. Grammy with a riding crop and a gag ball. Listen, this poster.
Did you say gag ball?
Yeah. This poster is ridiculous. It doesn't even look professional. It looks like a high school play. No one is going to watch this. And I'm not even one of you geeks who sits there on YouTube debating stuff. I'm just a lowly nerd. This looks like complete and utter shite. And this looks like Adventures in Babysitting. It looks terrible.
No way Adventures in Babysitting. That's actually fun. Why do you insult Adventures in Babysitting? That was a fun movie.
I just don't think it's the same
It
audience.
doesn't look like it at all.
It's a great movie. Oh, it's a great movie. And Thor's in that movie too.
Thor's in that movie. He is.
He is.
Vincent D'Onofrio plays him.
The Kingpin is Thor.
That movie doesn't even look like this. That movie has kids. It's about kids. This is about
did you see the pictures that Mark just showed?
I saw the trailer to this crap. Yeah, it's horrible. It's stupid.
It's kids. She's with little tiny kids coming out from the underground. But
Elizabeth Shue is
way cuter.
Oh, way cuter.
Yes.
Anyway, why
don't I stop focusing on that? Start focusing on the fact that this is a grown woman out having superhero adventures with small children. Look at that.
Don't worry.
Get out of here.
Don't worry. Yeah, they are little kids. Oh God, they are.
With that horrible character, what's his name? Not Kane. This guy. Ezekiel. Oh, I can't stand Ezekiel.
I hate Ezekiel. He's stupid.
Oh, what a horrible storyline that was.
Got Morlon.
Spider-Man was mythology, and
Spider-Man's stupid movie.
Yeah, I guess Ezekiel and Morlon will be in this. With Spider-Man's.
Nobody's gonna watch this crap.
Well, actually, why don't we segue to? I have something cool to show you guys. So why don't we segue to that? No, I got to show this because I finally I got something you probably want to see.
The spider web woman.
Yeah, so let me show this. I just want to show this. You might be interested in this. So.
Oh my God.
Dun, 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 dun,
Where'd you get that?
I finally finished that, so that's going to you, Mike. As soon as I can box it up, I got a couple more details to finish. But I said New Year's resolution.
Look like it needs any details.
Well, I got to put the white on the globe and a couple of decals to go on.
Globe. You have decals?
Yeah, the white.
Hey, blunt reviews. Oh, that's the globe. I thought you already had a globe
on the engines.
It's beautiful.
But it looks like it's already on the back.
The white detailing. I got to do the white detailing.
Max, why don't you commission Mark to make you one?
Dude.
You can buy these. Just all you have to do is go on his Patreon.
I don't think
Mark's Patreon.
I probably won't live long enough to see it, hold it in my hands, because I don't believe it's possible. I don't. I've always said I will die without ever having any Liberator or any other Blake 7 except merchandise.
That's got your name on it.
Well, my name could be on it, but I don't know, man. I've always believed I wouldn't live long enough to touch one of these.
It's gorgeous.
Oh, it's beautiful, dude. Oh my God. That's the most beautiful thing. I mean,
it's gorgeous.
Dude,
stunning.
I don't know what to say.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And man, oh man.
Well, I feel bad because I said I did this like a year ago, and I printed it, and I never, because you got to sand the parts and put them together and finish it up.
Dude, I don't know what to say, man. That's fantastic.
Well, thankfully, Echo was really boring, so I did a lot of work during Echo. Too.
Thank you, Echo. I love Echo now.
Max, all you have to do is follow Mark's Patreon. You could follow for free, and then you can message him there. And he has lots of wonderful things. Mark is a maker, and I'm going to actually encourage everyone in the chat to please follow Mark D with a C on Patreon, and you can get your hot little hands on a Liberator, on a killer cornucopia, on all sorts of super cool, fun things.
Put up the force wall, clear the neutron blasters for firing. Neutron blasters are cleared for firing, whatever. I can't even speak. I'm gobsmacked. I can't believe how gorgeous it is.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous.
That's as good as anyone would ever make anywhere. I mean, any company, any factory, whatever. It's outstanding.
Yeah, that belongs in the living room.
What's that Star Trek tech with the 3D printer?
I'm going to have to throw a bunch of trash out just to be able to fit it somewhere because everything's so piled up. I don't have anything to put anything, but I'll find a place. I'll destroy things.
Could maybe hang it from the ceiling, maybe.
I would hang it from the ceiling if I had one.
It's got a stand-up thingy, isn't it?
It's got a stand too, but yeah, you could.
It is a stand too, but I would definitely get some really nice fishing line, and I would definitely hang that from the ceiling in my office. That is gorgeous.
But no, I definitely will offer these for sale. I'll probably do two prices, like one where you have to kind of put it together and finish it yourself, and then the finished version. But yeah, definitely. And I've got to rework the model, I think, so it's easier to. It came together really nicely, but it's easier to print. But I think the way I'm going to have to ship it though is ship it with the nacelles off, and then you can just put them in and glue.
You can't.
They stick right in, and then just use some crazy glue.
Well, you can also just put them in packing peanuts. When Sean Carter from Mars sent me my NX-01, he suspended my ship in packing peanuts, and it worked out quite nicely.
Yeah, I could try that. I'm just worried because this is kind of it's very fragile with the longness, with the nacelles and the design of the ship.
I should drive up there and pick it up.
And you would.
I would. I mean, if you did that, I guess I could try to get Minimus to help me put it. It would be impossible for me to do anything like putting it back together.
Oh, it's just two pins.
Minimus would help.
You said it's glue and it involves glue or something.
Well, you just put a couple drops of crazy glue so you make it permanent if you want to. But I'll see how, because right now I have it so I can take it apart, but I'm not sure how I want to ship it. So that's it might be easier to ship if I take those nacelles off.
Whatever you think best. Like I said,
yeah.
I mean,
incredible work, Mark. I would love to have one of these.
They're pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, better than cool. I mean, this is like the Terry Nation trophy. It's beautiful.
And then the base, actually, I've got to print it. It's put Blake Seven's logo on the bottom. There's the person, I didn't design this model, so it's the Thingiverse model. Somebody should put that in the chat. I'll put that in the chat. But there's a logo that the guy did who did this, and so I got to print that and put that in the base, which is cool too.
Wow.
Nice.
But yeah, it was. It's not an easy 3D print to do too. But
Dude, that's amazing.
But thank you to the people that modeled the ship too, because it's an obscure spaceship. I mean, I had a friend came over.
You sorry to interrupt, but I'm thinking about you. What if we got some discarded polystyrene, I think that's what it's called, to for like a game console or a television or something like that, and we used an X-Acto knife, like a box cutter, and we cut it out enough to hold the Liberator in it and the taped around it, and then put it in packing peanuts.
Well, there's ways to do it too. They also make packaging where it's foam packaging, and it'll you can put it in and
Expand
it'll
around your
harden.
thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also
I saw that
also
on.
that too.
Isn't that cool? But is that stuff expensive?
I'm not sure.
I'll pay for it if you tell me what's cost.
And then I could also do it in foam or but I'll see how the nacelles are very easy to take off. They're just there's two pins on there. You just you pull it off carefully.
Yeah, I know,
and
but
it'll
just
come on and
Clubby
off.
has respect for what you made, and he doesn't want
Yeah.
it damaged. So he just
Plus,
said
I
that he'd
can't.
get
You think
Minimus to give a hand.
things easy for you or not easy for me?
That's right.
Minimus
Well,
is good at stuff.
Minimus is pretty handy,
I
though,
would
right?
screw it up.
Minimus is very handy, and they've been friends for a long time. He's there and ready, willing, and able to give a hand.
I'm looking at it now. I see no place to even where it would attach. So,
well, right where the if I stop it here, where's my?
don't worry about that.
Oh no, so yeah, so right here. So this comes off.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful, ridiculous. Careful, Mark. Buddy, be careful.
Don't worry about it. I knew I shouldn't have said anything. I knew he would try to take it off.
Well, no, but now when it's off.
Oh, you're right. That is quite. That's not bad.
Even the caveman can do it.
So you just put if you put a couple of drops of crazy glue and then you go carefully. I don't know if you guys can see that because I can't.
But it also has a little lip, so it's not just those little plastic dowels. There's also a little lip that goes around the hull.
Yeah,
doesn't really need the glue.
You might not.
Me?
Yes and no. I mean, normally when I have a model like this, what I would do is put filler in here and fill it and sand it so you get a nice clean, a joint where you don't see that. If you look really closely, you can kind of see a joint there.
Oliver Belamonte, hey there.
Hey, Oliver.
I don't know if we said the hello to Oliver when he came in.
I think we did, but let's just say it again because we love him.
Oliver.
This is beautiful, Mark. This is amazing. Remarkable. And this,
I'm not good. I don't know what to say, dude.
So it says Liberator. It says the Liberator on here, so I have to paint that, and then the logo will go in there.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't have to go to that trouble, but if you do,
so you just print it and then.
That's gorgeous. I'm so jealous.
Oh my!
But not in a bad way, because I actually don't feel jealousy. I'm just trying to use the words other normal people use to express how impressed I am. Do you know what I mean?
It's a turn of phrase for sure. Yeah, that's beautiful.
With the fan noise. That's actually his air conditioner.
Well, it's the turntable maybe.
Oh, is it? Because usually that weird noise is your air conditioner.
Yeah, no AC tonight, but normally Crisp is supposed to get rid of that.
Or has anyone ever, maybe Max, anyone ever do like a blueprints on this, like they have the Enterprise and stuff? Because it's tough to tell where everything is on the inside. And I'm sure some fan has done it, but I've never been able to find anything.
Like one of those cutaway posters, or
something.
Yeah. This is what it looks like inside.
Because I've had my speculations of where everything is because I've looked at it so long, but I don't remember ever seeing anything confirming it of what everything is. I mean, the green thing's obviously the propulsion, the engine. I'm guessing. Unless the nacelles are considered the propulsion, but they don't look like it. They might be.
See, originally I read that someone said the ship was supposed to go the green part forward, and then the three nacelles of the engines and the crew and the bridge is in the green area. Like everything is in the green central hub.
Yeah, I've thought that as well too, but sometimes
the ship goes the other direction. So, but I still think the crew would. I think the crew is in the green area or in the back central area.
So.
I think they're in that middle, that gold area.
The gold area.
Yeah, they're in the gold area.
Because there's a scene in hey, Deadman Walk, you can see there, buddy. Deadman Clan. There's a scene in Spacefall when they break out onto the, it almost opens out on where they break into it in the middle of the ship. It breaks out onto the flight deck when they first entered the ship for the very first time. And it's somewhere toward the middle where they run that line across to the ship. And they find their way into the ship, and it looks like that's somewhere in the midsection. And they said they've mentioned saying it opens onto a flight deck.
Yeah.
Green Bay is propulsion. Says propulsion. That's what I've always thought, that would be propulsion. But what are the nacelles for then? They've got to be
the guns.
they could be the weapons. That's a lot of weapons.
I always thought of the green ball as like the gas tank.
Yeah, now I can't say any more without being spoiler from the certain episode that we're coming up on. But after that, I'll talk more about what I think about certain parts of the ship because it's actually part of the story. So
cool. Okay, let's do the comic.
Comic review, everybody. Let's get that one.
Mark,
I'm trying to find the
you are
cutaway poster.
ridiculously talented.
You're welcome.
And your work is gorgeous, and everyone is just so impressed.
I'm glad I'm
Thank
not.
you,
I'm glad I'm not close to tears right now. None of you. I don't want anybody to believe that I am close to tears right now, and I'm not. So just don't even pretend that I am. I don't want you to even think for a second.
Mark is a good friend.
You'll enjoy it. Yeah.
Very good person.
You don't understand something here. If you like Star Trek, it's nothing for you to buy a Star Trek item or two. If you like Star Wars, if you like Doctor Who, if you like almost anything, even chances are you could buy some kind of piece of material from it. Some memorabilia of some sort, a book, a comic, a music from it, a DVD.
Buttons or pins like me.
Toys, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Props. Now, if you lived in 1978 in the UK for a couple of years in the 80s, you could get a little Corgi Blake 7 toy, that and the other. You get a few things, sure. A buddy of mine 3D printed me a Liberator bracelet that they gave me a couple months back. That's the first thing I've ever had anything remotely connected to Blake 7 that I can hold in my hand. Other than I have books, of course. I've had DVDs. I've had, Blake 7 magazine, but that's about it. So, and some audio books, the audio plays. So, but as far as a toy or a figure, there are never going to be any figures of the characters, but just a ship, for God's sake. It's the only. When I got those prisoner toys last year, I never thought I'd ever get any kind of prisoner figure whatsoever. To have this, we'll never get an Avon or a Blake figure probably, but this is something at least. I don't understand
why. The craftsmanship is amazing.
This is better than anybody, and this is better than any of these companies like Hasbro would ever even do. And they would crowdfund it if it were something popular, but it's not popular. So thanks, dude.
But you're welcome. Yep. Yeah. My friend came over and he's like, "What the hell is that?" I'm like, "The Liberator from Blake 7." He's like, "What?" He was looking up. What? I'm like, "Is it from Star Trek?" Like, not from Star Trek. Yeah.
By the way, the scale on this one to that Trek ornamented Enterprise back there is about what I've always thought the Enterprise would be next to the
Liberator. You think so? Yeah. About that, right? Yeah.
Unless it's farther away and I'm not misjudging it.
No,
the Liberator should be bigger than the Enterprise.
Here's the hand of God. Yep.
That's close to what I think the scale would be. And the Enterprise is big, but I always thought the Liberator. And I know that's small for 7 people. It was 8, technically 6 people, but Anyway, who's ready to review a Trek comic? I mean, I could look at this spin all night. By the way, I'm not even kidding. I could. Yeah. Now we got to get Mark to draw up the plans for what the inside of the ship looks like. Max said he's seen a few things, but nothing like the Trek blueprints or whatever.
Yep. Well, and if anyone wants one, get in touch with me, and I'll figure out some how to make it so. Because we should get a bunch of these out there. For old Blake 7's fan.
Indeed, yes. So who's ready? Is we ready?
Ready.
Sure.
All right, everyone. Tonight, it is time for our Star Trek comic book review. Star Trek Untold Voyages. There. So, hey, Jill, the lovely, wonderful anti-derivative
Jilly, and also LDG for the net.
Communications Officer Jill, and hello there, LDG. Welcome. All right, everyone, it's time for our Star Trek comic book review segment. And so, without further ado, let's enjoy these wonderful intro credits we have made by the greatest first officer of all time, Commander R.M. Briggs. Here we go.
Warp drive, Mr. Scott.
Ahead warp 1, Mr. Sulu.
Accelerating to warp 1, sir.
Yeah, good night, Mr. Angel. Good to see you, buddy. Again,
night,
everyone, a big applause for my wonderful first officer Raquel for making these wonderful intro.
No,
it's amazing.
I love you.
All of my amazing intros I made by her, of course.
Love you, honey.
Love you,
Anytime.
love you. I love it. Thank you so much. All right,
Larry, take out your physical copy of Star Trek Untold Voyages, Episode 2.
Electric Boogaloo. So,
Electric Boogaloo.
Oops. Okay, so for those who do not know, of course, a couple of years ago, I did not too long after I'd moved to YouTube, a few years back now. Actually, I did a show, about Star Trek comic books, the history of Star Trek comics. For those who are not aware, if you're a Star Trek fan but you're not much into comics, Star Trek comic books began not too long after the original series, not too long before, I should say, the original series left the air in the late 60s. Now they did exist. There were some Star Trek comics in the UK, but as for the States, comic books, it was Gold Key had held the license for over a decade or so. For 1979, when Star Trek: The Motion Picture came out, Marvel got a hold of it and adapted the motion picture. In the meantime, going on at that time, there was an LA Times, not too long around that point, actually, an LA Times newspaper strip that ran through syndicated newspaper strips of the Star Trek comic that were taking place in Star Trek. They were in like motion picture uniforms. So after the adaptation of Star Trek: The Motion Picture and Marvel Super Special number 15, which was our first review here of Star Trek comics that we did, Marvel did about 16, 17, or 18 maybe issues, whatever it was, of a series of standalone new stories and then canceled it. And then about a year or so later, DC picked up the rights. DC owned the rights to Star Trek comic books for quite some time, well over a decade or so. Eventually, Malibu had the rights went all over the place. Malibu was doing Deep Space Nine and Voyager, while DC was doing Star Trek and Star Trek: The Next Generation. And in 1997, Marvel got together with Paramount. They created Marvel Presents Paramount Comics, and they had comic book versions of all of the series and a couple of other in addition to that. And we just got through reviewing Star Trek: The Early Voyages, which was 16, I believe 16, 17 issues. Was 16? It was 16 issues that told the stories of the days before Kirk, of course, Captain Pike and the crew, real deal, the real Strange New Worlds, not Strangled New Worms dribble. And we enjoyed reviewing that. Number one has never read comics in her life. and she has started. I believe she got some gifts of some Star Trek comics a year or so back before we started doing this. And then when we started doing this, we were able to get her a copy of. Did we ever get you a copy of the motion picture adaptation, or did you read that one digitally?
No, I think I read that one digitally.
We'll get that one to you. No, I'll make sure. I'm going to make sure you get that.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
so anyway,
I have to interject, even though it's incredibly rude. So
Don't worry
please
about it.
forgive me. But the great Chris Persia has to leave. Chris, I just want to send my love to you. Thank you for the beautiful advertisements on social media, the wonderful show posters that you make
Yes.
for Clubby and
Thanks,
Clubby's
Chris.
channel. And thank you so much for your wonderful company. You were hysterical tonight. And thank you for just wrenching for us and for just being a great friend. I love you, sweetheart. Have a great night.
Thanks, buddy. We appreciate you. Thanks so much, Chris.
Sorry about that,
You're the man.
Clubby. Please
No
continue.
problem at all. No problem. So, number one, who has never read a comic before, read that one, and then of course we reviewed all 16 issues or whatever it was, 17, whatever. I think it was 16, but anyway, of the early voyages, and now our newest series, or the next series. This past week, last week we started with Star Trek Untold Voyages number 1, and now tonight, Star Trek Untold Voyages number 2. Are we ready? Number 1 and Chief Engineer. Oakley dokley. There's your cover right there. It says, introducing Savick. Bum, bum, bum. And here we go. This, of course, all these comics have a really nice recap page. Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. And of course, these characters need no introduction.
No.
In the early Voyages comics, they did, but in this, they did not. Star Trek Untold Voyages, previously in, of course. Following the future incident and the successful intervention of the newly refitted USS Enterprise, Captain Kirk took her out for a proper shakedown cruise. The Enterprise went into warp. She passed 3 Klingon battle cruisers who were headed to Earth. Their mission was to gather information of the Voyager probe, which destroyed 3 of her sister ships. Upon seeing the upgraded Enterprise, the Klingon captain ordered his ships to change course and follow her. Meanwhile, Kirk was ordered by Admiral Nagura to finish his survey of the devastated Epsilon 9 station and return home to resume his duties as admiral. But the Klingons had different ideas and attacked the Enterprise. They wanted to secure the ship and bring her back to their homeworld for its technological advancements. During the battle, Kirk began to doubt his abilities, but in an all-or-nothing move, he beat the Klingons and was given command of the Enterprise for another 5-year mission into the unknown. It is 1 year later. So, here we go, folks. 1 year later, Captain's Log, Stardate 75214. I stopped myself. Good. The Enterprise has traveled to an isolated, previously unexplored M-class world on the galactic frontier, a world about to be hit by a 20-mile-long asteroid. Our long-range scanners detected this rare cosmic event taking place, and we have come to observe and record it. A similar incident is believed to have occurred on Earth millions of years ago, causing sweeping geological and ecological changes that ultimately caused the total extinction of the dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
Having detected life forms on the planet upon our arrival, I have led a landing party to the surface to study these beings before the impact of the asteroids. This was forever.
Mm-hmm. So that's a beautiful page, especially coming from someone like me, where I've actually had to learn to look at the art because I'm so used to just reading books. I'm not used to things with pages. So one thing that that I really appreciate about Star Trek Untold Voyages is thus far the art, and this is an exemplification of that. I think Bones is looking a little rough. But I really like Uhura here, and I like Kirk here, and yeah, and I just love the color. There is definitely art taking place in comic books.
Indeed,
Yeah, you can feel the wind on this page. And yeah, Raquel, you gotta read the photos, not just the words.
I know, but Mark, it's so hard
that.
for me. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not like you go from Bleak House to a comic and you have the skills that are needed. I have to learn how to do this. And this is only my second comic book series.
Words and pictures.
Exactly,
so,
right?
Yep. So this, I thought he did a nice job on this 2-page spread. Obviously, this scan is of the whole thing rather than in each individually, so it's smaller. Worlds Collide is an interesting title for it. Glenn Greenberg, writer. Michael Collins, penciler. Keith Williams, inker. Matt Webb, colorist. Chris Elapolygos, sorry about butchering that. Letterer. Tim Tui, editor. Bob Harris, nothing, because he's a...
No, I absolutely love the fact that you know how to pronounce Greek suffixes, which are is, as, os, not os. I hate it when people are like, os is in moss. So your pronunciation is extremely good.
Eliopolis?
Yeah.
Eliopolis? Okay.
Kind of like Snuffleupagus?
Snuffleupagus? No,
as long as you make sure that Greek suffixes, the male Greek suffixes, are is, as, os.
Star Trek, created by Gene.
Os.
Yes, indeed. Star Trek, created by Gene Roddenberry. So, anyway, they're on the planet to take a look at all these creatures. And it's interesting. They basically, so they're talking here. Yep, no humanoids apparently. Well, they can tell they are the these beings here are the sole inhabitants of this world, which will be hit by an asteroid.
They're like a cross between seals and dinosaurs. They're a super cool.
They're very big.
And you know what's weird is this comic has more detail than in these creatures, and it's like this double page than number 16 or number 17 in the last series. Do you remember how terrible the art was after the 8th episode? I think it was just awful.
See, Mark, she's paying attention to the art. She knows.
Yeah, there we go.
She knows crappy art when she sees it and good art when she sees it.
Well, you guys are teaching me.
Those aren't.
You're doing fine because
thank you, boss.
If you weren't, you wouldn't give a crap about the crappy art that was in those last couple of issues. So you're fine.
And those aren't Janeway and Paris's offspring, I hope.
Yeah,
really?
This is Janeway right here, and this is Paris right now.
Come on, they were supposed to be the advanced life forms, remember? Did they have 3 little cubs? Was it 2 or 3?
They did,
I think it was 3.
3, yeah.
So,
gross.
Yes, Captain, as far as I can tell, they are the sole inhabitants of this world, which will be hit by an asteroid in 2 hours, 8 minutes. The creatures all seem to be migrating into the valley below. And I get the feeling that in the short time we have before the asteroid hits, we're going to try and find out why. Very astute, Mr. Chekhov. You know who should be here? Spock should be here, preferably instead of me. I'm sure you'd agree, Doctor, but with our favorite Vulcan having taken another unexpected leave of absence, I'm afraid it's just not in the cards. Some Vulcans have all the luck. Do we know anything about these creatures? Nothing, Uhura. This is an entirely new species to us, which is why our communication skills are needed to determine and record how sophisticated they are before the asteroid hits.
Okay.
And if they're hostile, you can count on me, Captain.
Okay, let's stop right here. Okay, people from 1998. Let me explain something to you, because on this, there is no debate. Do not debate me. Do not. There is no room. It's incontrovertible truth. Uhura is not a linguist. Okay? I'm a communications and technology scholar. There was very little work in my field. And so I took linguistics. I took some linguistic things with Cambridge University to teach English, so that I could at least be a teacher. So although it's a coincidence, just don't think that because somebody is a communications and technology scholar that they're automatically somebody who is a linguist or somebody who studies languages. In my case, it's a coincidence, but that's not the case here. So I know there's an entire branch of fans, especially filth fans, that are of the opinion that Uhura is a linguist. And I'm telling you right now, she's not. Okay? So I'm going to read to you from Gene Roddenberry's guide to Uhura. This is on page 17 of the digitized copy of the writer's and director's guide for TOS. Lieutenant Uhura, communications officer, played by attractive young actress Nichelle Nichols. Obviously, she was dating Gene Roddenberry at the time. Uhura was born in the United States of Africa. She's quick and intelligent. She is a highly efficient officer and an expert in all of the ship's systems relating to communications. Uhura is also warm, highly female off duty. So that there's a typo there. She is something of a favorite in the recreation room during off-duty hours too, because she sings old ballads as well as the new space ballads, and she can do an impersonation of, pretty much anyone at the drop of a communicator. So it's really important for folks to realize that Gene Roddenberry actually got into an argument about the fact that Uhura is basically like third or fourth in command. And so people need to remember that. They also need to remember that she is the department head of communications, and that would be communications and technology. So someone like me. So this is somebody who is more on the engineering side of what communications and technology are. And we see this when Spock tells her that in rewiring the entire communication systems on the Enterprise, that he could think of no one more capable than her. So it's important to remember she's, I can't remember if it's third or fourth in command. And Gene had a big argument about that, but it's been a while since I've read about that. She is a communications and technology scholar and a department head. So she is more on the engineering side, and she is an astronaut. She is not a linguist. So she's not Hoshi Sato, and she's not what the filth said that she is. That's something completely different. At no time when I was studying communications and technology, what were we studying languages and how to decipher languages. That's just not a part of it. You get into that when you study linguistics or you study English language arts to teach adults in college or university like I did. It's a completely separate thing. And so the fact that this comic does that, I do find highly annoying, because Gene was annoyed by it, because he wanted people to respect Nichelle Nichols, and he wanted people to respect that this was a talented engineer and astronaut who was a department head. She is not like just, linguistics and that's it. So that's not even a part of her description, not officially and not unofficially. Unofficially, Gene actually pumped her credentials up, not down. So the filth people and these people who wrote this comic in 1998 or 1998, they just pooed the bed. And so they have some poop here, and you need to make sure that you know that it's poop. Sorry.
Empress and M, good to see you.
Hello, Empress and M.
Yeah. Well, I guess he just thought too much of Uhura. I don't know. I guess he just overestimated her. He didn't really. I mean, a lot of people don't read all that stuff. But when this writer probably what all the stuff you talk about, while true, probably never read any of that. He just thought she's the communications officer, so she can do all this other crap too. So, I mean, as interestingly enough, however, as who was it? Chris pointed out, had to chime in from bed with Raquel is correct. Hoshi Sato from Enterprises was the linguist.
Yes.
And that's true. So they went out of their way to, if you look at Hoshi and you look at her, they went out of the way. They don't do the same thing. Well, obviously, she was also the communications officer, being Hoshi, but there was never anything where remotely where Uhura was doing that sort of thing, translating languages or any of that stuff.
Which is why she epically fails when they ask her to translate Klingon. She has no idea how to do it and is totally floored by it because this woman is an engineer.
In
She's an astronaut.
Right? Yeah.
She's not a linguist who is deciphering multiple languages. She's not a polyglot. And so when they put Zoe Saldana in the position of filth and made some filth, all they were doing was finger painting in their own feces, just smearing some of their own poo around, because Uhura is not a linguist and nor is she a polyglot. She is not on board to figure out what alien species are saying. That's why we have the universal translator.
R, have a good night. Good night, RRTNZ.
Good night,
Good night, good night.
Jill said, yes, someone brought my daughter a Star Trek Golden children's book with this lie. I had to get some tape to cover up and correct it.
Good.
Yeah, I think people just don't think that deeply a lot of times.
They don't think it's insulting.
This person, they don't think they were trying. No, they're not insulting her. They just don't really do the research that deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's more too that it gets pointed out to people from our field. Like Jill is from math, but I believe that she also teaches computers like I do. Like she teaches technology like I do. So we notice it. But it's also the fact that for a number of years when the Zoe Saldana thing happened with the filth, there were people who were like, well, why was Uhura so stupid? How come she couldn't figure out, she couldn't even speak Klingon? And so when they don't pay attention to continuity and they don't pay attention to the author's Bible and the director's Bible, they F up. And so for people like Jill and I, it matters because we're from that field, you know. And also for hardcore Trekkies who people are trying to make fun of Star Trek, saying it has all of these mistakes in it, when it's really these things that are imposed on it by people who aren't from Star Trek, like losers. We're going to talk about that a little bit later when we talk about Nicholas Meyer.
Let's see. Okay, so anyway, so we've got that. Where are we?
Sorry.
Let's find out. What are you sorry about? It means a lot to you, and you got out. That's what the show's all about. Never ever apologize for saying what you want to say. Not around here, anyway. Not around here.
I just wanted people who are sitting at home who are like, "Uhura's so dumb. She can't even speak Klingon. Why would Kirk expect her to be able to speak this language?" And meanwhile, it's like, listen, dolt. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, sorry.
Matthew Pounder, what's up, buddy?
Matthew.
Good to see you. So all of a sudden, Kirk got superpowers for sale. So if you love comics, then the next. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So very nice page here with these
gorgeous
big old alien things. I really like this. Looks like they've discovered us. And what's pretty fun about that is you're like, uh-oh. Like they're in some big trouble. These some big bad looking monsters, right, yo. And then,
were they as big from the distance? Were those the same creatures?
Well, yeah, they were standing way away from them, though. Yeah, so
they're the same creatures.
We could.
Was my question.
The whole point of that was the audience or the reader can't tell. They could. Yeah. I'm sure that they could see how big they were.
This is such a beautiful page.
I really like that page.
Look at that! Look at that alien creature.
And what's again? I really we'll get to that. Earth, San Francisco, the Vulcan Embassy. I always like saying embassy when it's embassy. You know why? Because I'm immature. Your arrival is well timed, Spock. Shut up, Birch. You don't have a sense of humor. I mean, yes, man. I'm sorry. I've been on the ship with humans for a year, and I like making jokes about them. Spock, what is this redneck accent you have here? Well, I understand to Pris. Yeah, that sounds like to pee-pee. No, I'll stop it. I'm sorry. Situations.
See, you're clobbering times as a linguist.
Excuse me, I have to.
I'm a linguist.
I'll be right back. I have to piss.
You can speak red.
Oh, good one. Did you hear that?
I did, but I can't believe what just went across my communication panel there.
Well, that's very childish. It's Capri, by the way. I don't know what. Vulcan women have weird names, so I was hoping the transition. You can't say that anymore. Would be easier for her. Can't say that anymore either. I'm sorry. She can't say that anymore. I'm just kidding. Is quite clever with vast potential, but her behavior. She has already tried to run away 3 times. I've been apprised. May I see her now? Of course. These are living quarters. Anyway, so this woman is Spock is here on leave, as you all, I was as aforementioned, to visit Savick.
I'm very confused by this panel.
Why?
Why is she so young?
Well, this is the motion picture era. Remember, this is about almost 10 years before Wrath of Khan.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you do the math on it, no, don't ever trust me with math on anything. This is at least 8-9 years before Wrath of Khan.
I just always picture Vulcans as living so long that I don't ever picture Vulcans being kids. But yeah.
Well, no, that's true. It does open up that question because of
she's a kid,
portraying her so young. Yeah.
But she's
how long are Vulcans a kid?
Remember, she was a cadet in Wrath of Khan, so she's a kid.
Yeah, she was just a kid in Wrath of Khan. Savicum,
and she again. They have her. He's disappointed her, displaying her emotions. We find out a little bit where we get some explanation about Savick, her origin, at least in this comic. Obviously, we know it's not canon. These writers decided to do whatever they wanted, which doesn't bother me. But they're making her half Romulan in this, which isn't there. Aren't there things written or talked about where Roddenberry meant her to be half Rodden or not? Maybe not Roddenberry, but somebody.
Not Roddenberry,
not
but
Nicholas Meyer did.
And
not Rod. That's right. It wasn't mine. It was Nicholas.
Yeah, Meyer. and he was quite a DICK about it, and there was some fighting, and people were upset about what happened with Kirstie Alley. And the attitudes and what happened at that time. So Gene was upset, but this was at a time when that was at a time when almost no one was listening to him anymore. But it is on record that most of the people were involved. Most of the people who were involved at the time were unofficially displeased. So they were unanimously displeased, but so anyways, it's just weird. I hate Nicholas for his attitudes about all of this, because he said some incredibly snotty crap about how he created this character, which he didn't. Somebody else wrote the character as Savick as a man, Selwarder, however you say that guy's name. And that's where he got the idea. He didn't come up with it, although Kirstie Alley says that she and Nicholas made the character themselves well on set. And of course, she cries, and that's why people are saying, "Oh, she's secretly Romulan." No, she's not. She's Vulcan. She is Vulcan, and all you have to do is go and look and see that he is Vulcan. So she is Vulcan, and it's annoying, and I don't like it. Sorry.
And she didn't know anything about Star Trek when she got that role. So, because I remember reading contemporary interviews at the time in magazines, you just know when someone has not watched lick of Star Trek. And I don't blame her for taking the role, obviously, but it's like, Star Trek is my favorite. I grew up watching, and she's naming, and just like, you never watched a minute of Star Trek growing up, Doesn't mean God bless Kirstie Alley, R.I.P. But
right.
But it's good PR. That's what they do. They gaslight fans, and they create good PR so that fans are willing to do emotional and intellectual gymnastics to make up for the fact that Nicholas Meyer and Kirstie Alley didn't know what they were talking about, and played fast and loose with Vulcanians, and that was the result. And there are fans that prop that up, that are like, they want the whole conspiracy theory. For me, I'm not into it. I just think that if somebody's writing shit, they should be called on it, especially if they're writing somebody else's stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you like somebody's idea and you want to, be a part of their IP, then you should follow the Bibles. The Bibles are there. The Bibles are there for the directors, and the Bibles are there for the writers. There's no reason to play all these mental and emotional games with people. It's just shit. Anyway, sorry.
I was just more concerned with her hairstyle, but
I noticed wonderful stuff that Romulan ale. So he tells a story about they found her on this planet, an abandoned Romulan colony. You no doubt recall the savage you were at times, craved with starvation, as were the other children. The Vulcan expedition I accompanied to the colony was investigating rumors of a secret Romulan project being conducted there, involving the breeding of Vulcan Romulan hybrids with captured Vulcans as unwilling participants. So apparently, it was an attempt to, he's just expositioning all over the place here, improve the Romulan race through selective breeding using the best components of both Romulan and Vulcan genetics. Despite a shared racial heritage, some subtle but significant genetic differences developed between the two races over the millennia, which the Romulans sought to exploit. You and the other children were the results of that attempt, but the Romulans apparently deemed the project a failure and abandoned it, leaving all of you behind. Yes, and you explained all of this to me already. Why are you well, we're in a comic book. We have to tell the people, the readers. Oh, that is logical. Just saying.
I'll just say to Matthew Pounder, Robin Curtis gave a totally different performance. Yes, and reportedly because everyone was so upset about what happened. Like Gene kept on getting upset because he was saying, you guys are making all these changes and you're really going to upset the fans. And so we had Gene calling in and saying, you can't do this. This is wrong. And then you had the folks who were involved with the production that were saying, this is not the universe of Star Trek. And it is said through several sources that Leonard Nimoy is one of the people who was not happy with the Kirstie Alley and Nicholas Mayer portrayal of Vulcanians. I can point you to 3 sources. Mark Altman's The Search for Spock, The Importance of Being Valeris by Sin Fantastique. Yeah, cool, which is the 1992 from pages 44 to 45. And from Behind the Scenes of Wrath of Khan, Enterprise Incident 16 from April 1984, pages 43 through 47.
I have that, man.
I think I have that too. Yeah,
I bought Enterprise Incidents every issue of it.
Yeah. So those are the evidence that I am required to provide, since I'm making assertions, which I think all Star Trek fans should do. Just stop with the rumors and the IMDb and the user-generated bullshit. Just come with the evidence. And so that's the evidence of the fact that everyone was displeased, that Kirstie Alley and the Nicholas Mayer were obnoxious about it, and that Leonard Nimoy really appreciated Robin Curtis and her portrayal. So, and I do have to say that I absolutely adore Robin, and I'm so happy that Gene, even though they did their best not to listen to him, phoned in as many complaints as he did and rallied the troops to try and protect his world and his ideas. So, I love Robin Curtis. To me, she is the only Saavik.
They didn't use Saavik in Star Trek 6, right?
Well, they couldn't, because the lady Kim Cattrall was concerned that she would be the third person to play that character, and Gene Roddenberry also came forward at the same time she was voicing those concerns. Gene Roddenberry came forward and said, "Look, I draw the line at this. You have no idea how much you're going to insult fans. Fans will not appreciate this. You're pushing this film way too far. You cannot make her betray them. You just can't. That's not the world of Star Trek." And that's when they came up with the idea of Valeris. They said, okay, we'll please Kim Cattrall by giving her a brand new character to sink her teeth into. And we'll clean the slate of what has gone before. And so she is free to portray it whatever way she wants. And we also appease the old man who owns all of this. These are all his ideas, and he is phoning in, and he is angry that you are going to do something destructive to Star Trek. You know, that never stopped them before. He was fighting with them all the way. But anyway, So just so you know, that's what happened with that, because that was actually supposed to be Savick 3. And it wound up being Valeris.
God, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Instead. So anyway, it's just you, Clobby, Mark, you guys know how I feel about Gene Roddenberry. So whenever I have a chance to exonerate him and to tell the truth of just how wonderful his writing was, and how he honored and understood his own world and his own fans, is just so important. So I'm going to shut up now. But I needed to provide the evidence, the receipts, and the explanation for why I don't like this particular entry either. So this comic now has 2 strikes against it as I'm reading it. And I was quite shocked when I read it. So I'm going to shut up now.
DJ Play Nice. Good night. I didn't even know you were here.
Hey, DJ Play
never
Nice.
says, never acknowledges, but always waves by when he has to go. But it's always, and it's been a while since.
Thank you for lurking, DJ.
He can't hear you. It's been a while since you said it, but I wanted to get it on record anyway. So, but thank you, DJ. All right, let's see here. I don't know where we were now. Okay, he's still
You're welcome,
talking.
Matthew Pounder. I saw that in there. I'm so sorry. There's so much going on with the show and so many people making comments, but you're very welcome. And I love that you brought that up. I think it's wonderful. I'm sorry that it took me so long to express what I needed to say, but yeah. Thank you, Matthew. Sorry, boss.
No, I told you about that already. Don't be sorry. Since then, anyway, so he's still talking to Savick about her. She feels all alone. She's a lot like, and he's telling how he was like that when he was a kid. Blah, 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 blah. My God, Jim the horror, says McCoy. I guess this creature must have given you 3 tongue baths already. Must be one of the females of the species. Shut up, Bones.
I didn't like that one either.
What? I know it's kind of funny.
I
Bones
know
teasing Kirk.
It's funny, but I just don't imagine Kirk saying, "Shut up, Bones."
I can. They're old cantankerous, getting old at that point.
I think more dirty look, but I get it.
I'm fine with it. We can only nitpick so much. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I think it's funny. It was, Mr. Chekhov, I think we can assume that they're not hostile. Anybody bring a towel? So, despite their size, they're so cute, but look at their eyes. Listen to their howls. They're so frightened. Can you blame them considering what's about to happen here? What about these howls, Uhura? Are they a form of communication between them? I'm not sure, sir. I mean, not yet, sir, but it's certainly possible. I'd need more time to study the howls. Hoshi, okay. Definitely more than the asteroid will give us. I guess you weren't thrilled about that either. Right?
I was looking at something that Jill said in the chat. What are we?
About what her Kirk is asking her to translate what the
yeah. Once again, just totally mischaracterizing. And I agree, Jill. That's the first thing I thought of when I read it. That's a Picard thing to say. Shut up, Wesley. Whereas more like Kirk is more like give a dirty look. And with those Kirk eyebrows,
or he'd wink at you.
or like wink at you.
Yeah, I don't mind. Kirk could be a grouchy bastard too.
But I think, I mean, it kind of makes sense to me that her would ask, is the translator working, or can you understand what?
If you don't have anyone, if I don't have a linguist, the person I'm going to go to learn about certain things like that would be her. I mean, Kirk knows her ability. She's pretty smart, so she can run those sounds, and but they would have somebody on board for that.
Yeah, they would. And you look at all of the doctors that were on board in TOS, and certainly there would be folks there who would be able to perform that duty, right? They had psychologists, sociologists, archaeologists.
But that's never been addressed on any series until Enterprise, because that predates the Universal Translator.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate, because now I understand where all of the guys who were arguing with me on Facebook before I left Facebook. I haven't been on Facebook for more than 10 years, I think, in and around there. Anyway, sidelined. But they would argue with me like really passionately that Uhura was not in charge, She was not an engineer. She wasn't communications and technology. She was a linguist. And now I know where they get it from. And now I know where the filth got it from. Somebody read this comic in 1998 and they were like, bing! Uhura is an English teacher. She's a polyglot. She studies languages, and that's how we wound up with Zoe Saldana. So for me, as a non-comic book reader and a Star Trek nerd, I now understand where the fans got this stupid idea.
I don't know if it's from this or not, though. I have no idea.
This is a pretty obscure comic, yeah.
Pretty obscure comic. I mean, could have been from a novel, or it could have been someone. Maybe. Obviously, it didn't come out of a vacuum. So someone got it somewhere. But
that's exactly what I'm saying. Like for me, it totally freaks me out because I was like, where the F did that come from? How did they go from her being rewiring the entire bridge?
It might be from some stupid novel somebody wrote. You know what I mean? Again, fans or authors, not just it might be. I'm not saying it isn't this comic. I don't know that this is the first time it's happened, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was not. If it's not the first, that it wasn't. If it's the first, not the last, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's not the first. Is what I'm saying. So, you never know, because there were a lot of comic books and a lot of novels by this point. So, yeah.
Can I answer one more question in the chat? I'm sorry.
I'm going
to get myself in so much trouble. Jamie Harbert says, I had heard that Saavik was supposed to have been pregnant from Spock.
Yeah,
and that's why she didn't return to Earth in Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home. Okay. Here's my issue with
I've read that before as well, by the way.
I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Maybe I should just stop talking. The thing is about that I don't like, Jamie, is that this comic from 1998 then puts Spock in the position of almost being like an older brother, and he is significantly older than her. And so when I look at the movie and I see Saavik and Spock together, I like it. Like it's just like, ooh.
Plus he was 21 back then.
Yeah, but more than that, there's nothing weird happening.
He was young.
I'm more like, I'll just be quite honest with you, Jamie. I am a lot like Clobby, but I've never expressed it on air, but I'm going to express it now. I don't think it's normal for an adult man to know a child, and then when the child is old enough, the adult man goes with the child in a romantic or sexual way. I don't like that. So Clobby's going to turn a few more pages, and that issue of whether or not Saavik and Spock had a child together or that they had made love, which was perfectly fine with me and for me before. This is why I just love canon and would just rather stick with canon, I think, because sometimes people get away on themselves and they put too much of themselves into it. And so here, I'm not really a big fan of this particular comic, just this one. The one we did last week, I gave a 10 out of 10. This one, it's going to put Spock in a position where he was like an older brother to her, and that's gross. So.
Well, the thing is about that, let's just say, for sake of argument, that it's true she was pregnant with his child. If that happened, it happened when that Spock was not himself. He was still a child in Ponfar, and didn't have his whole, remember McCoy had all his marbles, remember? Mm-hmm. And he probably initiated it to help him. So that's not like he saw her and go, hey, baby, let's go and hang out like he does to Pring on Strangled Mars. You know what I mean? In other words, if he did, there's no sinister intent on the part of that Spock.
Mm-hmm.
He was a child that they literally with a vacant mind. Mm-hmm. So it wouldn't be the same thing. And by the way, I've read that as well. The thing is, it's irrelevant because we knew that they were never going to bring Saavik back. I know they tried to, and they were going to do it in Trek 6, and they changed that. So they could write 20 books about Saavik having Spock's kid, and it won't matter ever.
Yeah, exactly right.
And somebody probably did. I think there may have been actually one.
Yeah, you and Mark are, the more you expose me to all this stuff, the more I'm starting to realize where all this fan fill-in came from and why everyone at the beginning of social media was so gung-ho about this whole idea of what they call head canon. It's very bizarre, but I'm starting to understand it now because of the stuff you're showing me.
Well, these properties that were licensed out from Paramount, or in the case of Star Wars, Lucasfilms, or what have you, to make, comic book or novels about these movie or TV properties, are never ever called canon. I mean, Paramount. In fact, Paramount, for the longest time, they had a couple of different guys, Eddie Arnold and one other guy. I forgot the other guy's name, that were in charge of they had a Star Trek archivist.
Yeah.
That worked with Rodman and stuff. He decided, when he was asked, he said, no, the novels aren't canon. No, comic books aren't canon.
Yeah.
They're fine. So whatever happens in this comic book, has nothing to do with movies or TV.
Mm-hmm.
It's fan fiction, basically.
Right. That was true. That was true of Star Wars comics, of, again, any comic based on I'll give you one exception. The Babylon 5 comic, which only lasted like 11 issues or something. J. Michael Straczynski wrote all of those. Or was in charge of all of those. Actually, right. I think he wrote them all. So he could, they were considered part of it. And so were the novels, but he was in charge of the novels. Usually, though, no. So,
and he's the creator too. Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't mean you can't love these and enjoy them. And
if it's a great Trek story, it's a great Trek story. That's another thing that's great about this crew. If it's a great standalone story, because we read some good ones and some not so good ones, even if it had something with it, maybe a little canon busting, and you can go, I don't think that fits. It's irrelevant, because it's not going to matter a hill of crap to the next one.
Yeah, it's just a comic book.
That's true. And I find myself being irritated by it, because I think there's just too much of it. But I will say this: the page before the one that you're showing right now on the screen, and the page that you're showing right now on the screen, have beautiful art in them. I cannot believe how beautiful the faces are. The faces,
that's a good Spock face right there.
Yeah, and the Uhura face it looks like a picture of her. Like, that is like,
oh yeah, that's a good one.
Whoever drew that,
great, yeah.
Wow.
She got that fro from the 70s.
And look at Kirk below.
That's pretty good.
Like, it's good.
He does a pretty nice job with a lot of this stuff. And again, we've talked about this before. These guys, they had schedules to keep, and it was tough to make everything. A lot of times they were rushed. A lot of times some pages look better than others. And this guy was a pretty competent penciler, and he also he was pretty good at composure. And he was pretty good. I don't know. He was proportion. I think I forgot what word I'm looking for.
Composition.
Thank you. I hate myself. I should have known that.
Don't hate yourself.
Yeah.
You're thinking about what you want to say.
There was it is largely considered that Jack Kirby was not, if not the greatest, the one of the greatest at composition. This guy, not even in this league, but there are times when he does some pages that look pretty good. And even I nothing artist who is not an artist, knows what composition means to a comic book.
And you must have gotten confused by that previous page, Raquel, because that was there was one of these pages where it's
this
not
one
this
here.
One
Oh, this was like a throwback to the old Atlas ads. That's pretty funny. What?
No, I'm saying the layout of the pages went across and then went down. Like, sometimes reading comics, like the order that you're supposed to read them, it's confusing. So one of these pages, I can't remember which one.
Right here.
Yeah, was like confusing. Yeah, which way do you go?
Yeah.
So, as far as back to the story is concerned, they're basically, it seems our investigation is complete. Let's get, let's get back to the ship. And, Bones is like, wait a minute, what about these creatures? We're not going to leave them to die, are we? This isn't my thing. I don't care. I could care two craps about the whole Spock, Savik's plot, to be honest. I like the dialogue about the Prime Directive in this one. Unfortunately, Doctor, there's that little something called the Prime Directive, which forbids us from interfering in the planet's natural development. We're to observe, not interfere. I'm well aware of that, but we're not talking about development here. We're talking about devastation. Is the impact of the asteroid doesn't wipe out the creatures the aftermath will. When the asteroid hit Earth millions of years ago, the impact caused a massive dust cloud that blocked out the sunlight, killing all plant life. That, in turn, caused the plant. We all know what it caused. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. I told them, they're arguing over it, but we can do something about these creatures. Don't have to become extinct. Bones, that's not our decision to make. What if millions of years ago, an alien race came to Earth, decided to save the dinosaurs, and interfered with the natural flow of events? Mankind might never have come into being. And it's safe bet that would include us. Kirk to Enterprise, prepare to be at landing party. And that's it? We can't play God, Doctor. Would you deny some future species the same chance that we got? Back to the part which I didn't really give too much of a crap about.
But wouldn't Bones have known all that? I mean, it seems like the dialogue is good, but he would.
Well,
it's pretty obvious dialogue.
We're getting to that though.
Yeah.
Well, they address it.
I was a little bit pissed off about it, but that's just because I felt like we interfered with that because, and when I say we, I mean Kirk, interfered with that because he had inserted himself into the culture and had prevented their technology. Like when we talk about this side of paradise.
Well, when we get there. Yeah,
when we get there. So anyway, I think that the person who wrote this sort of misunderstood what happened on this side of paradise. But for now, I'm going to shut up.
Right. No, I want to get there, but first we've got to get by this stuff here. I didn't care for this plot at all in the comic. It's basically, I get it, in terms of she's kind of like going through what Spock did as a kid and all that kind of stuff. And so blah blah blah, you need to follow Sirach, blah blah blah, be logical, you little shit, blah blah blah, you dumb little brat, or I'll kick you off of the planet. I don't know, pup. Sorry, but I got nothing for this scene. Unless you got something for it, number one.
I was also annoyed by it because the thing is that once again it's introducing ideas that a hardcore Star Trek fan would instantly reject, and that is that in TAS when we discovered that Spock struggled with his emotions and struggled with puberty, and later on we learned that he struggled with the Kolinar because he actually wanted to keep that little bit of him that is human. He was doing all that because his mother is human and his father is Vulcanian. But here we're completely revisiting that TAS episode, and then we're putting TMP in there, and we're doing this while asserting that a Vulcanian is part Romulan to make sure that the story can be reused. So I'm a little annoyed by it, and I also think it's bizarre because at this point people would have been thinking about the sexy times between Savacum and Spock. And now here, she's a little kid and what's he? Yeah. Anyway, I find it kind of grody, boss man. Kind of grody.
Boy. I don't know. I just think it was boring, but I hear you.
Okay.
It's just kind of boring. Who cares, really? I'm just But no, I understand where you're coming from. I'd rather watch Succotash. Succotash. And Scoop, what are we doing with Monster of the Command? Hey, cereal. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Fruity Pebbles and Gumbo Pebbles, Golden Crisp,
Cocoa Pebbles,
Alphabets. Yeah, Cocoa Pebbles. Yep, there you go. All right, Captain's Log Supplemental. We continue to monitor the upcoming cataclysm of this new world, and Dr. McCoy continues to get on my nerves to voice his opposition to our non-interference. I have just two words to say: Miramonti's world. And here's the thing: didn't Spock make him forget about that?
Yes.
Oops.
He did, and also conceptually, the person didn't even understand what happened.
Zathras.
Because crap. Because
Lisa.
Wouldn't he have found out about it maybe from reading logs or
I guess possible, but
he wouldn't know maybe all the romance details, but
how about the fact that Kirk was interfering there? That wasn't supposed to happen. They didn't. They didn't breach the Prime Directive on purpose,
right?
And Kirk's presence there is what prevented the transfer of power to enable the technology to get rid of the meteor that was going to crash in and kill everyone.
But wasn't the Enterprise trying to divert the asteroid though?
Yes. Oh, Yeah. Why did I
Yes,
so
there was.
emphatically say yes? Were they? I forget.
They were.
Yes, there
Spock,
were, yeah.
the Enterprise. They went and they said, "Listen, we have to leave the planet now to get out there if we're going to stop this asteroid from hitting." And then Kirk fell down into the thing and they couldn't find him, but they had to leave. So the Enterprise was there to blast the asteroid out.
Yep.
That's why this story makes no sense.
Right? This story does not make sense.
And that's why I've got the Prime Directive has never, ever, in my opinion, been explained properly in anything because, I mean, as far as Miramani's world, like I said, they go down to the planet, they visit it, they see how nice and sweet it is and all whatever. Then, as you know, he falls down into the thingy. We can't find him. And so we have a deadline. Captain's orders were we've got to get out there. And the entire episode, all that time they're gone, they were ordered. They, there's only have so much time until we can get to the planet, get to the right spot to have any shot at all of diverting this asteroid. So they were going to divert the asteroid anyway.
Maybe to use
Isn't that
resources
interference?
on the planet.
What?
Maybe to use resources on the planet.
Or for whatever reason, they had planned that if they were sent there to divert the asteroid in that episode. So that means the Federation, and I've always took it to mean this way. You can't beam down there and start fiddling with someone's culture. But if an asteroid's coming at a planet that doesn't have a chance to defend itself, that's different. You can't go like in Dear Doctor, Archer had a point. You can't go and just cure every disease for them, all that stuff, and start picking and choose who lives and who dies. But if an asteroid's coming at them, you can save them. I mean, the preservers did it. They put them on that planet. So the Federation says we're not going to let that planet get blasted by an asteroid, and then we'll see what happens. Because if it gets whacked by an asteroid, it might completely be destroyed and never support life again. We don't know. Even though it's true, Earth eventually survived the 65 million years ago asteroid that Adric crashed in and destroyed, and the Cybermen destroyed in that created the dinosaurs. So, and here we are, right? Nevertheless, there's no guarantee that Earth would have survived that. Anybody else life would have evolved later.
That's true.
So the Federation's probably going, you know what? If we can, we're gonna try to stop this asteroid. And then they turn out they couldn't because they waited too long and they had to use that thing that the preservers put there that,
Yeah.
So I don't know. Where in the Prime Directive does it say we can't keep an asteroid from hitting a planet that can't save itself?
That's a good point.
Didn't they do it in something else? Weren't there a couple of TNG episodes where they were trying to save planets from natural
total annihilation?
Annihilation. Even though they weren't asked, they were asked to do it, I guess.
Yeah.
But there were a couple of times they weren't. But they were just these people didn't have the chance.
That's right.
If I'm remembering correctly.
Oh no, you're remembering correctly. There were at least 2 episodes, maybe 3 that dealt with that.
See, these guys, and I like them and all, they don't really understand the complexities of the show, even though this is still an interesting conversation. I'll grant them.
It is.
McCoy says, because they're not.
But maybe they needed to get rid of the let's redo the TAS story about Spock and Saavik, and we'll make her half Romulan and for no reason. Let's just get rid of that story and let's just focus on this conversation betwixt the Bones and Kirk, and they're fighting over what constitutes a sentient being and how far should the Prime Directive go. So I agree with you. This is far more interesting, and I think that they took up valuable real estate with this other weird Saavik story when they could have done a much better job in executing this story. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and see, Kirk says here, we had no idea what was living on Miramani's world before we got there. We were only sent there in the first place to learn how it could be so similar to Earth while being located in the middle of an asteroid belt. Fair enough. It was an anomaly, so the Federation wanted to protect it so that it could be studied further. Oh, so wait a minute. So a scientific anomaly is considered more important to us than a newly discovered alien species. Now that makes a little more sense, that right there.
Yeah.
But you know what? I don't remember that line in the episode.
I don't remember that line either.
I don't think that's in there. I'm looking at the transcript of the episode now. And one interesting line is Spock, negative, Captain. Structures of this complexity require extremely sophisticated building apparatus. Usually the kind usually found in cultures surpassing or equaling our own. Meadows and meteors, no craters. The whole place is an enigma, biologically and culturally, says McCoy. And then Spock also says, there's one point he says, paraphrase, but they said, Mr. Spock, is it possible there's a more evolved civilization somewhere else on this planet? So, or Kirk is asking that to Spock. Highly improbable, Captain. Sensors indicate only one type of life form here, but it's a planet that's it's already been interfered with by a higher life form,
the preservers,
with that obelisk, and
right.
and then Spock says, he says, "Oh, we let's see, what was the
that was the point I was making earlier.
Yeah,
like, they had already been messed with, right?
Yeah, and you said if we were to divert this asteroid, which is on a collision course with this planet, we must warp out of orbit within 30 minutes. Every second we delay arriving at the deflection point compounds the problem, perhaps past solution. You did say 30 minutes, Spock? Yes, sir. So so the whole time they're planning on diverting the asteroid even before Kirk,
falls into the thing,
falls into the doohickey.
So,
which makes sense because they might want to be their ultimate goal may be, now that they've discovered it's an M-class planet, to preserve it, because it could be a colony, it could be a place where you can get resources. It makes scientific sense to preserve that planet, not to expose it to a catastrophic meteor. So I agree with Clobby.
My question stands that, wait a minute, if they can decide, look, this is an asteroid belt, it's an interesting anomaly, so we're going to stop the asteroid to find out what's going on. Does that mean that if they come across this planet, because this is not the same situation, right? It's just an asteroid heading to the planet.
Yeah.
And they're going to go, well, there's no reason for us to stop it because it's not interesting enough. It's just an asteroid. Wow. They're living beings on the planet. You're still interrupting either way.
You are.
You're still interfering either way.
That's
like
right.
The preservers who put that obelisk there interfered.
Yeah.
And in
Plus
fact,
I was going to say they can't understand. McCoy says, "I'd swear they're American Indians." Spock, they are, Doctor, a mixture of Navajo, Mohegan, and Delaware, I believe, all among the more advanced and peaceful tribes. So it's it doesn't make sense either. It's a complete anomaly.
They were taken by the preservers. Yeah.
They were taken by the preservers, and they're like a Chakotay type deal.
Yeah.
Right. So scientific anomalies were considered more important to us than a newly discovered alien species? Bones have already explained to you. I know, Jim. I heard your explanation about giving a future species the same chance that humankind got. But I'll tell you something. As far as I'm concerned, we ought to be more concerned about a species living in the here and now than some theoretical life form that might come into being someday. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great point, too, on the other side.
It is.
This is beautiful, right? A great page.
Yeah.
All this is really nice work. So it's an interesting argument. It's muddy, but because I don't remember that in the episode. I'd have to go back and watch it. But with my memory, who knows? But yeah. Anyway, but
it poses more questions, and like you said, it's mucky and muddy and murky and
right.
And it shouldn't do that.
It is the best part of the comic, though.
That's true.
It's the more Star Trek-y interesting part.
Mm-hmm.
And this, by the way, Heroes Return, because Heroes the form sucked. Everybody, Heroes Return.
Oh God,
thank you.
Yeah.
But this is oh God Almighty,
that was so bad.
This was the apology, but the return. The Heroes Reborn was the filth.
Yeah.
Boy, oh my goodness.
Oh boy, was that bad.
Oh, yep. Heroes Return.
See how lucky you are.
I know, right?
Not the pain of comics. And here we go. This is what aggravated me about the whole comic.
Oh boy. Why
do we have to have a B story? You idiots. God bless you for doing a Trek comic. You've been watching too much new Trek at this point. When I say new Trek, I'm not talking about modern. I'm talking about TNG. Not even TNG. And DS9 and Voyager gave you bad habits.
Yes. And you can see it here. Why do we have an A and B plot in a comic?
How many episodes of the original series had A and B plots? Let me see. Let me see if I can think of one. Not that I didn't have other things going on in episodes, but I'm trying to think. A-B plots. It may have happened. I'm trying to think.
I can't remember one.
No, I don't think there isn't one.
I'll
That's what I'm
see if
saying.
I can think of it.
I can't think of one right now off the top of my
Neither
head.
can I.
The Pin Pals. Yeah, that TNG. That's interesting. Pin Pals.
Mm-hmm.
Good
Yes,
point,
Pen
Jill.
Pals.
Yeah, that's a good one,
Beta.
Yeah, I like that episode.
Yeah. What was her name again?
Nikki
Cute
Cox
little
played the
girl.
little girl. I don't remember her name in the episode, but so
I'll
all this
remember
stuff.
her name tonight when I'm lying in bed, and I'll sit up and I'll say her name immediately. Anyway, that
is good
little
art.
thing, that little girl was just the cutest little thing ever.
Yes, she was. Yeah, this is a good art, and yeah, but it's just basically him basically trying to relate to tell Savicum that he had a similar life. Blah blah. I don't really care, to be honest.
I like this better the first time I watched it on TAS.
Which one?
When Spock goes and China.
And what?
And and he has to go and prove that he's a man. Here they have the Savicum going off into the woods.
Mean, and then animated series. Yeah.
Yeah, TAS.
So they do a mind meld thingy. That's nice. Stan's Soapbox. I'm not gonna read this.
Please read it.
That's the name. Thank you, Julie.
Oh, the old Marvel movies are pretty bad. It's a shame for Marvel's wonderful characters. Can you assure us that Blade, X-Men, and hopefully Spider-Man will be worth the wait?
Let me tell you something, true believer. I made all those movies myself, filmed every bit of it, and wrote everything. They're gonna be terrific. I even played all the characters. You're gonna love it.
Get out of here.
Don't you love this Star Trek comic? I remember when I created Star Trek and said,
"Get out of here.
I'm a little bit busy with the comic books. You take the Star Trek and I'll let you take credit for it." And he said, "Thanks, Stan. You're a stand-up guy."
I have to put something on the marquee. Please don't get mad at me. You ready?
Sure.
Stan's literature.
Because I love Matthew Pounder. Stan's
Matthew
literature.
Pounder. Stan's literature.
And you know what that makes Stan, right? It begins with a P and ends with a Y.
He's a lot worse than that.
Oh, look at this on the letters page. Oh, you flipped it, but who's going to play Iron Man in the movie? My vote is for Timothy Dalton. Actually, Kurt, the movie hasn't been cast yet. Originally, Nicholas Cage was interested.
You know why, right? Did you read Marvels? Why? Marvels by Kurt Busiek and Alex Ross. He drew Tony Stark to look just like Timothy Dalton in that.
Oh, okay.
Remember, he drew Patrick Stewart to look like Professor X, and that was like 8 years before they cast Patrick Stewart as Professor X. And they Mr. Fantastic, they drew Russell Johnson to look like him. So yeah, it was Timothy Dalton was who they all thought. Yeah, he looked just like. I talked to Timothy Dalton, my good friend, and said, "I know you play a James Bond, but you should play Iron Man." He said, "Iron what?" So
Oh, and it appears that Nick Cage is going to be doing Superman. This just takes you back to when that was happening with the
that was when that was going on. Yeah, that's right. Okie dokie. So anyway, Mr. Chekhov, lock phasers and torpedoes on the asteroid. Kipton, do you have a hearing problem, you little twit? No, sir. Targeting asteroid. Anyway, so this is why you asked me to join you on the bridge. You're right, Bones. Our obligation is to the life forms living in the present, not some possible future species that may never come into existence. What about the Prime Directive? The way I see it, that asteroid is what threatens the natural development of this planet. So I'm choosing development over devastation, Doctor. Hey, that's brilliant. Wonder who thought of that. Let's check off. Prepare to fight about Captain, the asteroid. It's moving away from the planet. How could that be? And this is the best part of the comic right here, in my opinion. It's not being hit by any energy beams. We didn't find any signs of an asteroid deflector on the planet, and yet it looks like the planet itself is repelling it. Captain, I am detecting a strong, unusual energy reading emanating from the same valley of that the creatures were migrating to. The creatures, could they have something to do with this? Scan that valley, Omal, and put it on the main view screen. So anyway, we cut to this, and basically, Jim, I'm not sure, Bones. It looks like they're all meditating in some sort of deep trance. all focused on the same thing. Doctor, you think what I'm thinking? Telekinesis? That's what I'm thinking. Opinion in Sonoma. Very likely, Captain. It appears the creatures are more sophisticated than we thought, able to move solid objects with their minds, and organized to combine their mental energies and focus all of it on the asteroid and push it away from their world. Fascinating indeed, Spock would say. It's as if they somehow sensed the impending catastrophe, so they gathered the entire herd into the valley to work together to save themselves. Incredible. The asteroid has left orbit, Captain. It's heading back into the space. And I want to say that, my friends, this comic has its faults. That's pure Star Trek.
Yeah.
That is what Star Trek does. Its ideas. I just love the concept. So I'm going to beat up on a lot of things in this comic book, but the arts, the guy does a pretty good job with the art and that concept, that idea with the aliens. You should have focused more on that, in my opinion. Yeah. Maybe some,
And they would have made that story a lot tighter. It would have been, well wrought, but they get enamored with this A and B shite because they're afraid of stretching the story out. And just use your time in your pages to tell one good story about one great idea.
Yep. I want to commend you on your excellent performance as our acting science officer. Thank you, sir. I know I've had some pretty big shoes to fill. That guy was in the motion picture. Speaking of our absent science officer, boy, that pointy-eared hobgoblin is going to be sorry he missed out on this one.
That's cute.
Anyway, so...
And then we go back to this shite.
But I will say...
There's no Michael Burnham here.
No Michael Burnham.
Notice? There's no Michael Burnham here.
At least he brings him...
confused.
Brings her back to Sarek and Amanda, which was a good idea.
Which would make Saavik a little sister to Spock. And so I'm not sure I appreciate the people who wrote this comic book implying that since later they bump uglies and rub fingers.
Oh, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They totally do.
He wasn't adult Spock. He was a kid baby thing. But anyway,
I didn't see that in the movie I watched.
They do
I didn't either. Well,
it's the same as when Kirk gets out of bed and he puts his boots on. You don't have to see intercourse to imply intercourse.
They touched fingers, for God's sake.
Yeah, I didn't see any boots getting.
Come on, they touched fingers. Of course, they touched fingers because that's foreplay.
Okay. Have it your way at Burger King.
That's why they use it in Pon Farr to tame the inner Vulcanian sex beast.
Anyway, there we go. So Spock dumps her off on his parents, and that's live long and prosper, Saavik. Captain's log. Stardate 7521.9 hike. The Enterprise is en route to Vulcan to pick up a returning science officer and then proceed to our next assignment. You okay, Jim? You seem troubled. I'm thinking about what happened on the planet we've just visited. We tried to decide the fate of those creatures, and it never even occurred to us that they might be able to decide that for themselves without any help from us. It's a somewhat humbling experience. Well, I think it's good for us humans to get a kick in the rear end like that every now and then, Jim.
This is the best part of the comic right here.
Yep. Makes us remember that we're not the supreme beings. Stanley, hey there. Makes us remember that we're not the supreme beings that we often think we are. You know, Bones, I can just hear Spock answer that with, and I can think of no human more deserving than such a kick in the rear end than yourself, Doctor. If you're hearing Spock's voice in your head, Captain, then I'd be worried if I were you. Lord knows I can't think of a worse fate than having Spock's voice in my head. Steady she goes, Mr. Screwloose. Aye, Captain. Oh, my. I didn't get to say anything in the whole comic. Oh, my. Oh, my. So there you go, Focals.
Done.
Star
Okay,
Trek.
so my rating last week.
What's your what is your
I
rate
gave
rating?
it a 10 out of 10 because last week's comic, in my opinion, even though I know nothing about comics, I know less than nothing about comics. Last week's comic was a 10 out of 10. Fidelity, beautiful art, excellent storytelling, extremely satisfying experience, feels like a lost episode instead of a comic book. This week,
wow,
offensive on almost every level. And every 2 pages, it reveals people who know absolutely nothing about Star Trek. And about Star Trek characters and Star Trek storytelling and the things that were important to the person who invented Star Trek. And the nincompoops who wrote this were actually privy to all of the complaints being made by Gene Roddenberry up to that point. So they did it on purpose. This, to me, is getting a 0 out of 10 because it pissed me off.
0.
Waggle. All right,
Mark. Not to get
Raquel
angry. I mean, I enjoyed the comic. Yeah, I mean, I see those things, but of course, I've read 1 or 2 more comics than you, so I guess I'm used to even more infuriating.
Folks. He's scarred.
True.
You know, yeah. I mean, this is. If you've read some other Star Trek comics, I don't know if I want to be around you, because you might go bonkers. There's some pretty bad ones out there.
We have to pick and choose pretty well.
Yeah, we gotta be careful what we pick.
Yes.
But I hear what you're saying. But overall, I didn't think it was bad. I would give this, if we're doing it, out of 10, I would give it like a 7 out of 10 because the B story was horrible, but the not horrible, but just
Uhura is a linguist. Saavik is half Romulan. Saavik is experiencing the same thing as Spock and TAS.
Yeah, but you just see when you're reading one of these comics, you don't consider it canon. So in your mind, you're like, oh, it's an alternative story, and I take the grains of things that I like in it.
You, not me, not me.
I know, definitely not you, but I did like the the planet and the lizard aliens, and then all of a sudden that surprise at the end, and Kirk's change on the destroying the asteroid and the click, the not the click, the catch at the end, or the turn around, that interesting point where the creatures maybe actually are, don't judge a book by its cover. There is some intelligence there, or something's going on there. So I like that. So I'd give it probably a 7. So Raquel's is 0. I'm writing down the scores.
No,
so Raquel's is 0.
I want to change my grade. I'm going to give it a 1 out of 10.
Okay.
Because Michael Burnham isn't in it. And I'm sick and tired. I'm effing sick and tired of everyone making Spock their relative. Get out of here.
And the art was very good too. Some of these,
some
of these shots were gorgeous too.
So I'll give it a 2. A 2. It's a 2 maximum. That's it.
Now.
Maximum.
I got you up to a 2. You still need to retake the course though if you get a 2. But yeah, I didn't think it was that bad. But I hear what Raquel's saying. But I've read so many terrible Star Trek comics that this had some enjoyable elements for me in it. I'll say.
Oh yeah, I've read way worse. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and give it I'd give it about a 6. 5.5 to a 6, probably a 6, because I like the art, and I like pretty much everything that's not the Saavik story. I thought it was decent, not great, but there are a lot of I have to give it a lot of credit for some of the Star Trek ideas that do leak through there. Execution, but the art is at times really very, very good. At other times, but it's pretty good. All told, it's a very schizophrenic comic in that respect. With this B plot crap, that better not continue, because that gets extremely tiresome.
Modern stuff.
But I give it like slightly above the halfway rating, so I'll go with 6 because it felt like a very Star Trek type thing to do with the A story or the asteroid story or whatever. In spite of some of the the clunkiness of the argument going on in terms of what happened on Maramati's world. But still, it was that stuff was pretty good. So, yeah,
I can imagine Raquel in the writer's room.
Anybody, yeah, and look, comment. I'm with you. Look,
oh, that's when my education would kick in. I would immediately take the position of being an editor, and I would definitely interject, and I would say, "I'm sorry, this isn't canon. You can't do this." Of course, I would do that. I mean, that's what your editor does. He protects you. She protects you.
Put it this way: it's not canon anyway. However, that doesn't mean I don't get aggravated if they do something I think really, really violates canon. Something like this, the Uhura thing. To me, I'm sorry, not just. I mean, they're writers. You're absolutely right. The information exists that you can get to know better than that, but not many people go that deep. Even people who write Star Trek novels or comics or what have you. How many people are actually going to realize that or know that about Uhura? I guarantee you aren't going to be that many. If I didn't know you, I might not even think about it along those lines.
Clubby.
If I didn't know you,
heresy.
I'm telling you, because I've been here. I'm telling you, if I didn't know you, and along comes, let's say we never met, but I know my usual basic level of Star Trek, and I see, let's say I read a novel, for example, that Uhura's got these abilities, and that you have so rightly stated that probably shouldn't be there. She's a smart enough person that she's brilliant. You know, she could learn to do a lot of things, I guess. But let's say, and they just in passing in a comic like this or something mention it, I'm not going to get all that bent out of shape because I'm going to go, wow, I've never seen her do that before, but I guess maybe she can do it. In other words, she's smart. It's not something that I would lose a whole lot of sleep over, to be perfectly honest. However, doesn't mean you're wrong. You're absolutely right. Because I do know it now because of you, I concede your point of and understand why it bothers you.
Yes.
They do. What gets me is they've done so many more horrible things to these characters in some stories with filth. Now, with that much water under the bridge, reading a story that takes place in the original time zone, canon or not, or timeline, canon or not, that has something that's not necessarily, that's a little out of character or doesn't fit, just doesn't really faze me anymore. I think I'm just numb to it. But I got to admit, I did not know that about Uhura until you explained it way back when. I do know. No, the easiest way you could have explained it to me would be, Uhura? And I said, yeah. And then you say, Hoshi? I said, yeah. And you go, do you think Uhura and Hoshi have the same job? I go, other than being at the con that communicate. Now that you mention it, I've never seen Uhura do Hoshi type things before, so no. Yeah. Boom. So, but a lot of people don't think about that stuff. What I'm saying is, you are unique. You're so much more educated on all this stuff than anybody else. You are, and to quote Spock, the paraphrase Spock, you are as far above most Star Trek fans as we are, referring to the Organians, what Spock says, as we are above the amoeba. Remember when he said that about the Organians are as far above us as we are above the amoeba.
That's
you are as far above most Star Trek fans in terms of education as we are above the amoeba, just to use that because most people don't know all the things you know about Roddenberry. Most people don't know all the things you know about Uhura and these characters. None of them have done the deep dive research. It doesn't mean they don't love Star Trek. They love it. They've read the occasional interview or two. They've read a lot of comics, or a lot of books, watched a lot of episodes. Like I said, they bought a Starlog here and there. They bought a set of Fantastic. They've read some of the books here and there. But I guarantee you 80 some odd percent of the people don't know half what you know about this stuff. And that's one thing you're talking about. Like, let's say you're an expert mechanic and you've been fixing cars for 40 years, and someone comes in and could never even driven a car. Well, never even looked at a car. That's how far above you are. And then when it comes to Star Trek, number one, that's just reality.
Honey, that is such an incredibly huge compliment. That is such high praise. True. I hope to keep trying to be even worthy of a hint of that. But I love you very much.
I said it, and I meant it. I mean it. That's true.
I feel the exact same way about you.
Oh, with Trek? No, I mean, other than knowing episodes, you know all that inside stuff that, look, like I said, I'm speaking of me in the sense that I've read a lot of novels. I've read a lot of comics. You know how much Star Trek I've watched. I bought a lot of magazines. I bought a lot of books about behind the scenes Trek, all that other kind of stuff. but compared to the stuff you've often mentioned things like, wow, I never read that interview with Roddenberry. I never read that, never heard that thing. I never even thought it along those lines with Uhura. So, and most people don't. I mean, well, not everybody's an academic with your abilities to absorb information and disseminate information at your level, and then receive the information you are disseminating and process it at your level either. It's just the way it is.
I love you so much, and I'm going to work my whole life to live up to that compliment.
You already have. You don't have to. You already have.
For me, it's just no. This is why I love hanging out with you, is because you understand why I feel so passionate about when somebody's saying these awful things about Gene Roddenberry, that Gene Roddenberry and Nichelle Nichols were together, that he considered her incredibly sexy, that he wanted to put her at the top of the show, that he was not this misogynist, he was not this Rossicist, he wasn't all these things that these people said. He was such a special and beautiful person, and it was the people around him, especially the studio executives, trying to diminish his true intentions and his true message. And so I just feel incredibly honored to be able to be given a format to hang out with you, to hang out with Mark, to hang out with the people in the chat, to talk about what his true intentions are and what he truly said, because your love for Star Trek and your belief in Star Trek is real, and it's based on a person who was a very kind and very good person who was trying to do something good, and it's very sad to me that so many people in modern Star Trek are trying to sully that with their own ideology and their own presentism, their politics that exist now, and trying to tear Star Trek apart. It's very sad for me.
I understand, big time. Don, good night, buddy.
Night, Don.
Max, let's see. Max says, Clobberin times, can you say I guarantee like Justin Wilson, the Cajun chef? I don't know if I can or not, but adequately, Max, but I'll try again. Let's see. I guarantee, like Justin Wilson, the Cajun chef. You like it? I did not know you knew that Justin Wilson was, man. He could cook. Woo wee, boy. He say, oh, that old man could cook. Justin Wilson, he been dead for 30 years. Oh, he got those weird voices he was making stuff. Anyone here know who Justin Wilson is? I can't believe you know who Justin Wilson is, man.
I love the Cajun.
I guarantee. He said, I guarantee, yeah. Sorry, Max, I tried. It sounded really bad, I know, but I tried, man. Does anyone else know who Justin Wilson is?
No.
No, but I sure love the way he sounds.
He's a famous chef. He put in the move for some gumbos. That Lee knows who he is. He was a famous chef from down there for the 60s, 70s, and 80s. He was old when I saw him on TV.
Making me hungry, yeah.
Justin Wilson made all that stuff. Well, thank you, Max. Appreciate it. I tried. We have I live right down here down the bayou now, and there's a place I used to live called La Place. That everybody talk like that. They don't talk like the Cajun man, the Cajun people shout. And then Laplace is spelled L-A, capital P, L-A. She's like lay place. Everywhere called it Laplace. My parents live there. My family lives there, and I used to live up and down the place, but I moved out there. But everyone up there, woo, shout, they talk like that. Down the bayou too. I'm sorry, I should stop doing it. Yeah, Larry remembers it. Yeah, cooking with Justin Wilson. Ooh-wee, doggy. Ooh-wee. Sorry.
I found a quick blurb on this issue from the writer. So it'll be interesting to just read this for 1 second. Yep. So the writer said he had to rely on our favorite Michael and Denise Okuda's Star Trek chronology as the gospel in terms of the timeline of the Trek universe. The chronology put Wrath of Khan 14 years after the events of the TMP, despite the 15 years since space speed mentioned by Khan.
I think it's less than that. I think it's 9 years, but go ahead.
Yeah, there's a controversy over that. So as such, he chose to have Spock find Saavik shortly after the V'ger incident, and that would put her at about 11 years old in this issue. If the gap between the first two movies is dropped to about 7 years, and Sapphic would be closer to 14 years old for this issue, and that's about 22 in The Wrath of Khan. And there's a blogger article that you can go read about, so that the author goes into more, or the writer goes into more detail there. But so they were actually thinking about that as they were writing this issue.
There you go. Well, it's almost at the 4-hour mark, folks, and I know number one probably needs to get out of here because it's been
school night,
very
and
late.
I'm 1 hour and 10 minutes over my time.
I'm sorry.
Why are you apologizing? It's my fault.
Gonna put you in the brig.
I'm the captain. It's my job to be my fault.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I love you with all my heart. Thank you for creating this beautiful space for us, and thank you for being my friend. You're just so brilliant and kind and just so wonderful to hang out with. I just love you so much. Thank you for being in my life and for putting up with me and calling me your friend. I just love you. I love you. Mark, thank you for everything tonight. You are just so ridiculously talented. Thank you for making that for Clobby. It's absolutely ridiculously gorgeous, and everyone is just so impressed. And I hope everyone will follow you on your Patreon, and everyone will learn what Clobby and I know, that you are a truly wonderful human being and an awesome sauce geek. And I just love you and your amazing family. Thank you for always supporting me. I just want to say goodnight to everyone in the chat. I really have to run because, oh boy, I'm so
You're in trouble now.
Yeah, so I'm going to vamoose, but I love you all very much. Thank you so much for being a part of Clobberin Times. Thank you so much for everything you put in the chat tonight. Thank you for the crazy laughs and for just being friends with us and supporting Clobby's show and Clobby's channel. Good night, everybody. You guys are the best. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
love you, number one. Thank you. Have a good one. See you Saturday.
Yep.
Let's see. Before we get out of here, see what Jill says. I like to have different opinions when I talk to people. I let them, but the end of the conversation is always the same. One I've heard here. You guys help without Gene. Heard here. You guys help without Gene. We wouldn't have Star Trek at all. That's the bottom line. Jilly would. He created it. It wouldn't exist. He not only created it, he pushed it through. A lot of other people had, worked on it and contributed to it. There's no question about that, but it couldn't exist without him.
He's the creator.
He's the creator. You are the creator. You are the Kirk unit. You are the Kirk, the creator. Yes. Jackson Roy Kirk, Captain James Kirk. All right, dude. Well, you got any final wordies before I get us out of here?
No, we're looking forward to hanging out on Saturday Night Star Trek.
Yes, sir.
And of course, we will have Sunday Night Geekery as well.
Yeah.
On Sunday night. Lo and behold.
I think Sunday night's a good night to do that.
Yeah, it might be a good night for Sunday Night Geekery. Yep. So not sure what we'll be talking about, but I've started to watch some of the What Ifs, so maybe we'll talk a little bit about that. And
I've gone back to watching Daredevil since,
Oh, yeah.
Covering Daredevil. That show's so good. After the Echo filth and all this lousy crap, and having to sit through 4 episodes of Voyager each week, sometimes you got to have something that you like to watch. I haven't even watched the Voyager episodes yet this week, but I've been just binging Daredevil. It's such a great show.
Yeah, it's just so fantastic.
It's so night and day with that stupid Echo crap in Daredevil.
Oof,
so maybe we
did give me time to work on the Liberator. Yeah, we could talk some Daredevil. Yep. Yeah. Oh, and Lisa, says, what day is Sunday night? Yeah, that's the joke. Oh, and Friday night, tonight. Well, it's already tonight. We'll have late night Fortnite after Nick's comic book show ends. Usually do that at 12:30 with Lisa and Dadman and Mandalorian and JT Kirk, and we hang out and play Fortnite. And years ago, you came on Fortnite with us a few times.
I did a couple times. I don't have a controller anymore. Bro, crap down on me. I started playing it again recently. Just playing some football for the fun of it. And now I'm so old, I guess it just doesn't even won't come on.
You need a new PlayStation, yeah.
I have a PlayStation 4. I'm not going to get a 5. This is too expensive anyway.
No, yeah. Well, maybe next year, Santa, I'll bring you one. But
just finished the Babylon 5 Blu-ray. Nice.
Well, they are making a Madden movie.
I heard about that. I don't know what the deal is. A Madden movie? I'll watch that.
Yeah. So
John Madden, Oh, it's like, hey, we're all gonna talk about some football. They made a video game about me, and now a movie. Oh my god! Sorry, that was a crappy Madden. So I'll pay the Fortnite. Yeah, I'll pay the Fortnite. Says Max. Max could join you playing Fortnite, I bet.
Yeah,
So,
he's played a few times. Yep.
Oh, he did? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's see. Anything else to announce before I get us out of here?
No, but well, I'll just put my link in, and if anyone feels like watching some of my playlists, so I can get to that 4,000 arrows, that would be appreciated. It's shameless plug, so I'll put my link in.
Go to his page for sure, everybody. Yeah,
and you can listen to me like 24 hours a day and fall asleep, I guess. Yeah.
Remember, everybody, January is the month of Batman 66 and Blake 7, where they made their debuts. Okay, well, let's see. Tonight, I guess. Tonight for me. Friday night, 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern, on J-Man's great channel. Where J-Man and Sean and I, just a couple of weeks back, started covering Frank Miller's run on Daredevil, the classic run that it changed comics. If you've not read this series, this run, man, if you're a Daredevil fan, chances are you have read it, but it's truly amazing, and we're going to review that. We've got 3 more issues tomorrow night. Then, of course, I could be hanging out with the Comic Shop boys of Nick's great Nick Weiser's stream. 32 flavors of that is the Comic Shop boys, 8:30 Central Standard Time. I'm not sure what they're talking about tomorrow night, but who knows? I may just run up with those boys and see how they're doing. That is a Saturday Night Star Trek. 4 more scintillating episodes of Star Trek Voyager. 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Same Trek time, same Clubby channel. And of course, as Mark mentioned, Mark D's with a C, Sunday Night Geekery on his great channel. Please go to his channel and check it out and like and subscribe. Subscribe and like, either way you want to do it.
Do both, yep.
There could be some eatery going on. You never know at the Mark D's channel. So, Monday night, back at J-Man's channel again. 6 Central, 7 Eastern. Continuing our ongoing mission to review all of the appearances of Legion of Superheroes. That's going to take some time. 1958 through 1989, you think? Yeah, we're crazy. We're going to do it all. If Raquel and I can review all of Star Trek, then Sean and Jay and I should be able to review all of Legion. That's going to be, it won't take as long as all of Star Trek, by the way. So there you go. Monday night, Mark C. Comics Talk. I'll be here for that as well. And then the usual spate of shows throughout the week, everybody. So we're gonna I want to say thank you to our wonderful friends out there, our wrenches, such as Eric K, Chris Persia, D. Bud Martin, Lord Thoth, J Man, Maddie's Daddy, Cal L, Fandy Outsidey, Hungry Boy, Max Redstone, and Larry, and everyone else. And, of course, the wonderful anti-derivative Jill for being here. Mars, Monkey Mads, thank you. Matthew Pounder, Zathras, Ezra Goldstein, Shalom. Oliver Belamonte, Don Ranger, Power, Zathras, Empress San M, Son Lee, Sean Cutter from Mars. Don. I think I said Don. Did I say Don? Don. Anyway. Yeah. Let's see. Excuse me. Well, so Lisa was here as well. Lovely Lisa. Yeah. Penny was here much earlier, but she was here as well. Did I say it? I said Empress, right?
Apollo's minion.
Jamie Harbert, Apollo's minion. Let's see. Damn it. Our Professor R2. Susan Eckstein popped in. I do believe Captain Infinity also. DJ Play Nice. Dave C. RRTNZ. Ravenscroft. Princess Fiona. Could not be reached. But further comment, who I forgot to shout out, I think. Damn it, I missed it. Missed him. Mr. Angel was here. Dead Man and the Dead Man Clan was here, up in you, up in you. Jamalama, baby, Emma, Jamalama, ding dong. I can't help that song. You put the sorry. Blunt plunk reviews. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly for being here. That is why you are my sugar girl. Oh, that's the song. It's from Animal House. Animal House. House. Like you said, do you mind if we dance with your dates?
Go right ahead.
We were just leaving. I love that movie. J.D. Lewis. Face it, kid. You effed up. You trusted us.
Yeah. Food King.
Food King. Oliver Belamonte. I think I said Oliver, but what the hell? Say him again. Oliver's worth it. Minimusness. Okay. Now, I think I've got probably everybody but Lemon Pie. Of course, that goes without saying. I meant everybody but without Lemon Pie.
Yeah.
And Adrian James, of course. And again, obviously, right? You got to figure Adrian James, are you? Oh, the Time Scales was here as well. See, you don't want to forget that. Michael Beacom was here. Man, I'm getting carpal tunnel. He's just scrolling here. I never get that when I'm scrolling. I forget that never happens. Claude Salling. What is it with this carpal thing? Touring machine. Excuse me. CLS Studio. Vulcan Lives. Vulcan Lives. Wes Cagle. J.D. Lewis. Did I say J.D. Lewis? Well, say him now.
I think you did.
Probably did. Okay, now we're getting where the rubber meets the road. I'm going to speak quite confidently. We already got a Ptolemy, right?
How about
Susan?
Dadman, the Dadman.
Dadman. You didn't hear me say Dadman?
I can't. It was a long time ago. I can't remember.
I said it like 20 times just 2 minutes ago. Wow, you get my bad memory's contagious to you.
I can't remember that long ago. Yeah, I'm bad.
The Comic Relief Crusader, Muhammad Saeed. You and let's see. Yep. You know their lyrics to that song? You didn't know that?
No, I think you've mentioned it to me before. Yeah.
You done it in an episode that ended early, and so they all sang. They did a musical number, and they had lyrics. I swear to God, lyrics to that song of the episode. It was a Pernell Roberts episode too, so it was all 4 of them.
Wow.
Yes, sir, Bob.
And MASH has lyrics too. The theme from MASH.
Well, yeah, the song is called "Suicide is Painless."
Yeah,
Suicide is painless. Yeah, suicide is painless. Well, I'm not supposed to be saying that, am I?
Yeah, I shouldn't say
and
that.
It brings on many changes, and I can take or leave it if I please. Well, that's the song you can't. But the rest of the song, this sort of time will pierce our skins. It doesn't hurt when it begins. Melted Copper, rather. I'm probably demonetized for that. Well, it's late in the stream, so maybe not.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right. Yep, you had to mention MASH, and it'll see this.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, I didn't say to sing it.
Yeah, but what was I going to do if you said MASH had lyrics? Keely Chow. What did you think I was going to do? Just accept the blame?
No, because I remember, like, I'm just saying, yeah, sorry, but people would be like, "There's no words to the MASH."
God damn it, Mark!
The TV theme. I'm like, didn't you remember the movie? And they're like, "What movie?" I'm like,
you didn't know the title. Did you know the title?
I did know this. I did know the song.
Oh,
okay.
FKH 2000. Well, you knew I was gonna. If you say it, I'm challenged. I have to say it. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Sorry.
Anyway, it's your own. Just admit.
Blame Mark. God damn it, Mark.
I can't find it. Where's that? Let's see.
It's up there towards the top right.
Look at it. Where are you? It's gone.
Oh, the Dad Man one or the
Oh, there it is. There you go.
God damn it, Mark.
All right, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. It's been a great time. Wow, we crapped all over the 4 hours. Man,
4 hours and 13 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody, for being so damn late. So everyone have a wonderful...
Thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah, thank you all so much. And have a great, great weekend. Go Lions.
Groovy. I just love clobbering time.